last time, we finally started the boat competition. Uh, Sadly, our boy Loki had some tummy issues, so he had to sit this one out. Sorry, buddy. But, uh, basically, we took the uh attack boat. I forget what it's called specifically, but
Savage bumper cog.
the Savage bumper cog, and we actually had some damn good rolls. We had a few d20s by our girl Nia. Uh, we had uh yeah, a little bit of cheating going on with like Don coaxing the fish over and like yeah, it was great. But eventually, after snagging a whole bunch of fish with all of our beautiful d20s, we heard the horn and we made our way back. But on the way, dun dun dun, one of the boats set up something a little nasty, and they shot the boat with the mayor of Ashdale on it with an actual cannon. What's up with that, man? So, this is a swift
sure
cog, so we
that's
weren't able
canon?
to. Sorry,
Are you sure that's canon?
I think so.
Oh my lord! And also, why can we never roll that well when it actually counts for the story or something? Why?
Yeah, that was like the
Because,
single best string of good rolls that you guys have ever had.
Yeah.
from separable people.
Anyways,
know, right?
here's Wonderwall.
Well,
And
there's
and,
our RNG for the rest of the arc, guys. We're
rip.
Yeah, we use all of our d20s on this boat ride. But either way, we were eventually able to save the people from drowning. Thank you, Notrix. And when we made it back to the island, eventually the swift cog strangely came back. And when the people on the swift cog came off, I think the main guy's name was Abbott Plummer. And he was insisting that he didn't really have any idea how that happened. Like, we're kind of assuming that he didn't know that was loaded with a cannon, or I don't know. We don't exactly know what's happening yet. But either way, they were led away by some guards, and that's kind of something that we're probably gonna look into a little later. But and we also found out that Captain Deal is the guy who's leading this little investigation, so he might be someone we gotta keep our eye on. And eventually, after kind of dealing with all of that nonsense, am I right? We eventually got a cash prize because we tied the first place, and somehow our DM didn't expect us to win. Come on, buddy. What is this? And after that, we basically went home, told Alcana's dad that, yep, we won. Of course we did. All those d20s, easy. What else happened? Yeah, basically Alcana, like, led us around, was able to bring us to one of our favorite ice cream places. What else? Oh, Natrix and Nia, they learned that Plumber's crew were kind of like people who lived in like, is it like a slum area? Like kind of like less, you know.
Not really slums, but more like there's the town proper, and then there's the rest of the island, and it's like only one corner of Ashdale actually has like grass and trees and all that, and the rest of it is mostly like just sort of scrubby, rocky areas. So, yeah, it's not really a slum. It's just places outside of town.
Right, okay. And yeah, so that's kind of a bit of a cause for suspicion. Eventually though, once we learned that, the trio plus Don kind of makes their way towards a guard station where Alcana meets one of her old superiors, and he basically informs her that the White Knights like take over the case, and we kind of find out that like it's gonna be hard if we want to get involved. And apparently this like this guy in the yellow jacket that we saw on the boat, he's like nowhere in sight we don't know where this guy is. But either way, yeah. Then I think there's a bit where everyone goes to this political meeting where Alkana's mother is there, and she kind of like pitches all of Alkana's concerns, basically.
It wasn't really so much a meeting as it was just kind of like a personal exchange.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. And then, what else happened? Oh yeah, me and Natrix learned how to be a seal. Hell yeah. Alkana settles her spirits with Vicar Eliza? Who's that? I'm stupid.
The
I'm sorry.
Ashdale pick! We don't have the Ashdale chart.
But yeah, then, oh yeah, Nia had this bit where she painted this beautiful landscape, and there are a bunch of people around who kind of gathered because she is so good at art. She's like Zori in a way. It's crazy how amazing at art she was. Right? Am I right?
But that was
Yeah.
what, like Sep's sixth natural 20 of the evening or something?
Holy shit. For the rest of the arc, he's gonna have nothing but ones. He's using them all up too early. But yeah, either way, dude.
I don't know, maybe Nia has like anti-Alistair luck.
Yeah, like maybe it's just, all those years of teaching.
Yeah, it's the universe like balancing things out.
It's
Maybe
crazy.
it's proportional to the amount of edge in
It's kinda
Entropic
balancing
edge.
out. Oh, by the way, this is a good ass time. There's a bit where like it was during the Feast of Friar Farewell, and basically there is a display with the skeletal remains of some kind of like a general from like the Second Age or something like that.
Third Age.
Third Age, and like someone casted bows to bananas on it, and shut up, Aesir. Also, yeah, the knights were all angered about that, so they brought him away, and then oh, why am I going on about this? The most important thing is that Alcana next day got all these letters, and what the last letter? Holy shit, things went down. Essentially, like it seems like am I stupid? What's his name? Starts with an A. Akira. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Yes, I zoned out. Okay.
Okay. Petition to vote kick Julia out of
I'm
summary.
sorry. No. Okay. Yeah, Akira somehow got ambushed by Chen Gok, right?
Yes.
That's what it would seem.
That's what it would
That's what
seem.
it
But he
seemed.
seemed to have these like weird dark ass powers for some reason. And like Amari Ho barely made out with her life, and Akira's dead. No. Don't vote kick me. I'm done.
That is indeed where we left it, and I'm not sure if we should get full into this or if we should hang around and wait for a little while since Sep isn't here.
At Sep. Bitch.
Wow. Funny.
Quick, type bitch. Okay, we works too.
It's the Bane of Sepulchres. That's why I'm using it.
Dude, I did this like
Because
3
he's
weeks
a
ago.
self.
Huh?
Because he's a self. I'm trying to find the right words.
Anti-weeb.
Self-declared.
I think self-loathing weeb.
Self-loathing weeb.
Weeb in denial.
Ah,
Weeb in Otaku's clothing. No?
Weeb Nile.
By the way, oh, Rom, did you see the recording last time? Did you see that line I had your
Wow.
cowgirl say?
Dude, she's not a cow.
You know, I know Sailor Moon is a pretty old show, but I didn't think it was that old.
Night.
Why?
Because anime was a mistake.
I was having a good day.
Was having a good time.
Having a good time. I kind of feel bad. I wonder where Seth is.
I'm
It's-
going
Go.
to guess he got dragged off into some family nonsense that was really horribly timed.
Possibly.
Well, we can
The
always
sepulchre was empty.
talk about what
Either
we're
that or
gonna
he
do.
just fell asleep because he's been because he's been awake for like 72 hours or something.
Oh yeah, his sleep schedule is messed up.
Oh no.
You know,
Mhm.
I actually, for the first time in like a year, had a completely normal sleep schedule for a week. So I feel pretty proud of myself.
Good gravy.
Wow.
Look at this dude getting full sleep.
Full sleep? What does that mean? Maybe
It's
till
something
25,
that
right? Then maybe not. Maybe if he's not here, we could always.
Yeah, maybe
Go
we
on.
wait till 25 and then we get on with it.
Sorry, Leighton, we're making you edit your YouTube video.
No, I don't need to edit it, do I? I don't know.
Did you
I guess
pause?
Oh yeah, I should pause. That's a good
I
idea.
mean,
We find ourselves back in the sort of study, the front room of the Theresis family home. Alcana, you have just been handed this stack of letters that have come over the preceding months, though the most recent one is the one that has stopped you, that has tightened your grip, that has left the biggest impression on you. Uh, your friends and your father look on, unaware, oblivious to the gravity of this news that you've just been given. And there's an incongruity here. There's something unmatching with the morning sunlight streaming in of an almost uncharacteristically warm fall in this idyllic beach town, to be reminded once more of this piece of your adventures that was never quite resolved, that was never settled, and seems to have started to come to bear.
Seems that we never really get a moment to rest, do we? No. Damn it.
What's it say?
Kira Haranu is dead, and Changok probably killed him. And Amarius Ho is the one who witnessed it, and barely escaped.
Excuse me?
And it seems that he's got a hit list, too. At least that's what I can tell from this. Seems that this is, well, quite the plea of desperation. Apparently she thought I was the only one she could really safely contact about all of this.
I don't think that I quite follow, Alcana. What are you saying here?
The friend I met from my adventures is apparently dead now, due to some shadows coming back.
Oh my, what? Is this? Are you in danger? Is this something?
From the sounds of it, and some inferencing, I might just be, and not just me. And she sort of glances over at Loki and Dunn in particular. Seems he wasn't too happy with getting humiliated. There are a couple of initials here, some of them familiar. Apparently she didn't manage to see all of them, but, well, some of them I think I can put together what ones are missing, and, well, it doesn't bode well for any of us.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
And yeah, she would probably let them read the letter too. Which, that's in the lore, stories, and backgrounds if you want to get the exact text.
Oh, I read it.
Hmm.
Well, this certainly throws a. This is certainly a bit of jetsam caught in the nets of our plan.
Hmm. Who do you think these initials belong to? I have an idea for AT,
Yes,
but
I'm
I'm not
pretty
sure about.
sure that one's me. Let's see. JH, that's probably Joni Harano. AH, Akira Harano. AS, Akita Sotsu. Not sure who RN is. AT is me, and SK is Sweet Sarah Doman. I think that's Super Yai. And well, that was. Well, that was part of the team on Konoka, so I can only assume that the rest of us who are in this group were on that list as well. Seems that Changok is a man who keeps a lot of violent grudges.
If there's some kind of a madman going after you, you can't just go back out there. We'll tell the governor. We'll tell the White Knights. We'll get a whole blockade set up. We can't just have them. This who knows who this person is from the east coming in and trying to go after you.
Oh, he's not a stranger. It just seems that he's stumbled upon some new darker powers, so I'm not exactly sure how much good that will even do when so much of this is, well, unknown. I'm thinking that she would probably find a nearby chair near a table, just kinda like plonk herself down, take a deep sigh, wipe some sweat off of her brow. I really wish that I could learn to have a moment to rest, but it seems that. Well, the threads of fate are moving once again.
Well, I'm not sure a blockade or whatever you're suggesting in Mister's races would help, because we don't know that this man is coming right now. I mean, there are people he's looking for. Well, there's closer targets in the
Yes.
east, if you know what I mean. So you could blockade now,
Yes,
but he
but
might
they're
not be
also
coming for another
people
year.
we know. And well, wouldn't exactly sit right with me to know that they were in danger and to just, well, hide away doing nothing. Nearly made that mistake, and I don't intend to make it again.
Alcana, you can't just go out there if you're in danger. You're gonna be safer here than you are out there in the world doing your shield sword business. Why? Look, this island it's hard enough to reach. It's not an easy target.
You can never really be too sure about these things, and well. And she kind of just sort of has this, like, deep, contemplative look on her face for a moment, just kind of looking around at the room and whatnot. I'm here to keep others safe, Dad, not to be safe myself.
Alcana, you know, your mother and I supported you when you decided to leave town to go to train and to try to become a paladin. I was proud of you, very proud, but this is not just going out and protecting people. This is someone who's got their target set on you, and this isn't what I ever imagined you'd be facing when you went off and started training for the Shieldsworn.
You're telling me. And that's only the tip of the iceberg.
Well, with all due respect, from what I understand, Arcana has soundly defeated this person once before.
Yes, indeed.
Alright, we can do it again. Squawk.
Unfinished business that unfortunately is seeming to rise up from the shadows once again. And I'm thinking that she would just kind of look over at her dad, sort of like seeing this look of consternation, this sort of look of what's going on. I didn't expect any of this. She'd kind of just slowly get up, this sort of like, well, this sort of like, well, it's definitely an understanding look. She'd kind of walk over, kind of like put her hands on his shoulders, as maybe try and flash a slight smile, though it's clear there's a little bit of nerve behind it. This is difficult to say, but, well, from my travels, I've learned that, well, the fate laid out for me is nothing anyone could have really imagined. It's something that it would sound completely absurd to me if it didn't seem like the stars aligned just perfectly to make it possible. I know. It's difficult. It's hard for me too, but there are threads in this that extend far beyond just one madman with a grudge. And it seems that, well, at least part of that is I have to face them to, well, protect the world from many dangers, many shadows that most people don't even know exist. It'll be alright. It'll be better for everyone. If I take on, well, she sort of glances around a bit, all of this, then I'm not sure who else will. It's kind of clear that there's an implication that she's talking about more than just immediately circumstance when she says all these things, and she's just kind of like, sort of has this tense, like, I hope you can understand look on her face as she just kind of then slowly steps away and removes her hands.
Alcana, what you're asking me to accept here. You're my only child. How can I just sign off on you walking out into people trying to kill you, people going after you, people with who knows what sort of insidious designs? Alcana, if this is the life that your path has set you on, are you sure that it's the path you should be walking? It's not too late to change your mind, to stay here, to take on the business. I mean, I heard about from you about the amazing job that you did and the fishing competition. I mean, you could be an amazing. Well, I mean, you're already an amazing fisherwoman, and to take that on, hell, by the time you're my age, you could have an entire fleet at your command.
I don't deny that that's true, but this goes further back in our blood than you may even realize.
As you say that, you see there's a tinge of kind of something behind his eyes. And he looks down, this almost defeated expression. And he says, Alcana, you amaze me every day, and you're so much wiser than your mother or I ever could be. You can't ask me to like this. You can't ask me to support you risking your life so much, but it is your life, not mine, and I know there are decisions that you have to make for yourself.
And decisions I already have made.
But Alcana, if this is the path you're on, you need to know it's never too late to come back home.
It's still home, certainly. But with the things I know now, with the eyes I have to see now, it doesn't look the same. I know it all too well how this isn't easy to hear. How do you think I felt when I was hearing about, well, things that it's probably better that you don't know?
He looks at you, has this expression on his face like he wants to try to say something. And then he just kind of pulls you in for a hug.
I don't expect you to understand everything. There's so much of it that I don't understand myself, but, well.
Hi.
There's a light deep within the darkest abyss, and I'm going to go find it, and I'm going to use that to make a hope possible that never was before.
Hi. I can't say I understand everything, Alcana, but I trust you, and I'm proud of you. He looks around. It looks like you and your friends have a lot to discuss here. I'll give you the room.
Thank you. And don't worry, I'll still come back to visit from time to time.
He kind of just grasps your hands, squeezes them, and then he turns and walks back up the stairs.
And then she kind of just looks out at everyone with just this kind of sort of sincere, part expectant look on her face, and also, wow, I wasn't really expecting to divulge that much of my heart in that moment. Is Parrot Dawn crying?
What? Yeah. Okay.
Does he pull like a napkin out of like hammer space and just like blows his parrot nose?
Just a little.
Do
Yes.
parrots
So-
sniffle?
Yeah, they have nostrils.
The dawn. It'll. We'll figure this nonsense out. We've managed to do it before when we knew even less. Suppose that does throw a bit of a wrench into our wanting to, well, investigate Vould's manor. Now she's just kind of sitting down, playing with her hair a bit, sometimes glancing at the walls, the window, but mostly just kind of scanning around the group to kind of solicit their opinions.
Man, after all of that, I can't believe here Haradu's just dead like that. And it's Gakai.
Well, that's the presumed one, but, well, there are some things that lined up with what I saw that seem to think that that's a reasonable accusation to make. So it's him until we learn otherwise.
But doesn't the letter just say that she thinks it's him?
Well, She seemed to identify a particular few characteristics, like his particular gait and his means of ways of carrying himself, and his sword posture that seemed to be indicative of it being him. And she knows him better than I do in that front, so, well,
So, what do you think we should do about him?
hmm.
He's got this
Well,
list. I
the
mean,
way I see it now, it's only a matter of time, and we don't really know how much we have. So, the way I see it, we can either try and wait him out and try and do our best to prepare for whenever he comes for us. Or we could head out east and try and take the initiative and try and confront him more directly ourselves. I don't think that ignorance is really an option we have at this moment.
I think the east is where he has. That's where he has most of his power, isn't it?
Yes,
Whatever
the
resources he has.
reason why Amari sent the letter to me is that, she's unsure if quite, well, not unsure, but she can't know for certain if the particular vanguard carrying the letter is actually one of Changok's faithful.
well, I say
Ah,
we go east. I mean, we can't let him hurt Subayai.
Or Hukuro, or Shiruku, or anyone else he might think who was involved in all of this for whatever reason. Knew I'd have to go back out east one day that I wasn't expecting so soon, if that ends up being what we decide on doing.
Yeah. At the very least, I could try to send Fukuro a letter. It's been a while.
Yeah. I miss the guy. It
Yeah,
would be nice
me
to
too.
see him and some of the others again. Now, some of the other letters from the Vanguard in here were really nice. It's good to know that I was still appreciated, even if I was, ousted for good PR, essentially.
It's still so weird to me. Ugh. But, yeah. We could always, you know, tomorrow we could always search Vould's house, and then after that, we could always head east, right?
I'm not sure we should make any sudden decisions like that.
Yes, we should definitely spend some time deliberating on this because, rushing into a trap is exactly what's going to get us dead or worse than dead. But at the same time, we don't necessarily know how much time we have before Changok will make his next move. The ever conundrum of wisdom. Being careful yet also being prudent. Being able to act in good season. Maybe I should review that bit of the Book of Light. That'd be nice. Well, from what it sounds like, we might still need some time to work this out, in which we can investigate Vould's Manor. Maybe a week or so, 2 weeks. And then after that, we'll probably have more of a concrete idea of what it is we want to do. And also, ready ourselves mentally and physically for, whatever horrors may be awaiting us this time.
At this point, Nia speaks up and says, well, actually, while all of you were messing around in the caves yesterday, I did a little bit of research myself, and I managed to pinpoint where Vould's Manor is out in the outskirts of town.
Excellent. Thank you for your diligence, Nia. Sorry, let's just say that trip went in directions none of us could have predicted.
Yeah, really.
Well, perhaps perhaps we could do things more officially when we're on Ashdale. I mean,
Yes, that is something that we have that we don't usually have in other places. They do, in fact, tend to like me, as you've no doubt already noticed.
yes, your word carries a lot of weight, and they know you're you're a shield sworn, you're a sworn paladin of
And it
Ceradan.
wouldn't be a lie to be saying that I would need to investigate the place of business, because, of course, his name kept coming up about every 3 feet when we were in our doing, connected to all of this, well, quite frankly, esoteric nonsense.
So you're saying I don't have to sneak in there?
No, I actually won't for once. Assuming that nothing really horrible happens.
Yes,
I mean, you could sneak in for fun. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. There'd just be no point.
Ugh.
I'd rather not be arrested for breaking and entering. I mean, yeah, we probably could get in without trouble, but why not do things without the risk of trouble at all?
Is it just a
Yes,
normal?
I agree.
Is it just a normal house, or is it some kind of like a building? You know, like a.
I got the impression it was some kind of a manor.
Manor.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it's from
This is a place of...
yeah, from what I was able to find, it seems to be some sort of an estate out in the crags, but it's currently owned by the bank.
Still, it wouldn't hurt to also have some, well, something more like official documents to be able to have more than just I said so, in case somebody who doesn't have such a fond opinion of me comes asking for questions.
So we're gonna ask the bank if we're allowed to get in there.
I think we're going to ask your Arcanus guard friends, or former co-workers, basically.
All right.
That would seem to be the safest place to start, yes.
So, is that the group's next course of action?
Seems
Yeah.
like it.
All
Hell
right.
to the yeah.
So let's say it's about an hour later. So you guys go in search of a legal stricture to allow you to investigate this Vould matter legitimately. You find yourself back before the desk of your old superior in the guard. I don't think we ever gave him a name, did we?
Nicholas.
Nicholas. All right.
Oh, is this Nick Cage?
Oh.
I didn't say he wasn't.
God damn it.
It is. Just carry on. Or we're gonna have a face-off situation here.
All right. And yeah, you find yourself about an hour later standing before his desk and he says, all right, hold on. You're saying you want me to deputize you temporarily back into the guard?
Yes, if that's not too much trouble on the documentation side of things.
You must understand, Alcana, that is very, very much irregular. I mean, you haven't been a member of the guard in years.
She just kind of like folds her arms and kind of like, yeah, sort of glances around a bit, like back at the group in another direction, just kind of like, now what do I say here?
I mean, is this even a matter of direct interest to Ashdale's security?
Well, let's just say we've learned a little bit about the owner, the former owner of that manor. And it seems that there were some dealings that he had in some of the marble trade here, and well, let's just say the end results of those trades, I can't necessarily tell you everything in detail because it's, well, quite frankly, not the sort of thing that you would want to be thinking about at night, but needless to say, it was not very kosher business.
Oh, kind of. I think we can.
And it would
I think we can tell the poor man something.
basically, it was more or less it was used by some of the nobles of Ardoin in something that would have been incredibly dangerous to the citizenry, and I would rather like it if such things did not happen again. Being able to
It's connected with a series of, a murder spree in Ardoin that the Shields want to investigate. And, well, would like to investigate this house in case there's something there that could help identify, help further the case.
A murder spree in Ardoin. Oh. Either Arcana or Natrix, roll persuasion with advantage.
I have the higher charisma bonus, so I'll roll it.
Yes, you are a paladin.
Charismatic.
You see him kind of deflate a little. You know how much I hate breaking protocol. But you're practically the best damn guard we've ever seen here, Arcana. If you and your associates are looking into this, if this is as dire as you say, well... All right. I'm going to write you temporary writ as a special investigator for the guard. However, this is temporary, strictly temporary. This is not a carte blanche to do whatever you want, kicking doors all over the place. And I expect you to keep this to investigating this business with the Ardoin nobles and murder sprees. Oh, that sounds horrid. And try, please, try not to get in the way of any of the other gods, or especially not the White Knights.
Oh, believe me, that headache would be far. Oh, believe me, that's the kind of splitting headache that I will want to take every effort to avoid.
All
and
right.
she kind of just glances back at the group and kind of at Dawn especially, like, don't frick this up.
I gave a little, like, what are you looking at me for? Face.
Unfortunately, we can't deputize parrots. Well, at any rate, hold on. Let me just write these out. And after about 10 minutes, he fills out a few forms and kind of marks them. He sees actually got like a sheaf of carbon paper to do this in like triplicate, does it in triplicate twice, hands each of you one of these forms, and then reaches in and gives each of you one of these kind of varnished wood badges. It seems like it's a cheaper version of the insignia that you wore once when you were a member of the guard, Alcana. And he says, right, this should give you temporary police officer powers here on Ashdale. But please, don't make me regret this.
I'll be keeping an eye on them.
Thank you.
Just sort of raises one eyebrow at the parrot. And he sees you off. So, Waves, you now are at least somewhat legitimate here on Ashdale.
Ah, yeah.
Right.
When does that ever happen?
It's happening now.
Makes me miss Haranu.
We take advantage of your very specific background story and use it. And that's how D&D works.
God, I love D&D.
We
I
wouldn't
don't
be here
really
if
follow
it
what you guys are talking about, but it sounds pretty meta to me. But I know I'm new to this
hopefully
crew.
We shouldn't be getting in anyone's way, considering it is far outside the normal reaches of town, though, of course we have to be ready for anything. Just, we don't need to do anything drastic unless something drastic happens, so please just be sensible.
Alcada,
This is
please. When have we ever not been sensible?
I'm fairly certain that if Alistair were here, he would be able to bring up an entire damn list.
Well, Elsa ain't all that in it, okay?
She just kind of gives this Dawn this really kind of look. In any case, Nia, can you direct us out to where this was? Did you get some kind of a map or direction?
I have an address. Uh, yeah, I think I'll be able to guide us to where it is. And well, you're from here. You can probably help guide me if I get it wrong.
Yes, with both of our heads together, I'm sure we'll be able to get there without much incident.
And indeed, you guys uh, take the address in these sort of scattershot directions that Nia has found over the course of her own research. And this isn't just your DM helping you push along the plot. This is something that Sep actually uh, messaged me about and did a little private roll for when you guys were doing your venture into the mud plane. But anyways,
Yay.
yeah, you do over the course of the next, I don't know, hour and a half, make your way out to the edge of town and then follow past where the polished white cobblestones that make up the idyllic roadways of Ashdale give way to these sort of trodden paths of cracked gravel and sands that wind up and down this rocky landscape, only occasionally broken by lichens and chaparral. Definitely a far cry from the birches that characterize much of the town of Ashdale proper. You pass by the large cleft where a lot of the mining operations take place, where there's the sound of pickaxes and of crank operated machinery. You walk past these pitiful attempts at fields, at horticulture, scraping what few crops they can from the very meager and weak soil of Ashdale until you get to a place where it seems like houses only come up every half kilometer or so out into sort of the center of the isle until you finally reach what seems to be, from the address and from your own geographical knowledge of Ashdale Arcana, what should be the Vould Manor. It is not really an estate with extensive grounds, but more of a house set on itself, on a little bit of a promontory on the rocky landscape. It seems to overlook part of the ocean. It's sort of the highest point in the immediate area. The house itself, it's large, but it doesn't really look so much uh, ostentatious and expensive as much as it's made to look ostentatious and expensive, or was once made to look that way. However, it's clearly not been taken care of very well. You can see that the facade is cracked in many places. That the there are signs of wear. There's a cracked glass in the windows. The sort of plot of garden that's been carefully set up in front of it is overgrown with weeds. Though as you approach, you also see that it's not completely derelict. You see signs of garbage, of old kind of vegetable cores, fruit cores, bones that are far too fresh to belong to a property that's been uh, abandoned for well over a year. You see that there are signs of what look like a couple of uh, bicycles. I guess it's canon now that there are bicycles in this setting. Um,
Hell
it's
yeah.
Huh?
broken up
Huh.
bicycles, kind of just leaning against the side of the house. Um, you see actually several as you approach empty and broken bottles of ale that are just strewn, half buried in the overgrown weeds of the front walk. And you very faintly hear what sounds like a concertina from somewhere inside this house.
Ah, looks like we have squatters on our hands.
Want me to scare him off?
Don't do anything stupid.
What? I was just gonna threaten to take their teeth or something. That always works.
No. I don't know how it is on Zenaris, but that's not necessarily the kind of approach you want to take if you don't want to cause trouble.
Yes, I'm sure we can tell them to move along. And well, I don't think these people, or these kind of people, will be very, can't think of the right word, but threatening.
Yes, I don't expect that there'll. Yes, I don't expect that. Though, of course, the possibility of something extraordinary happening is non-zero.
Alright, but if they mess with some evidence, I'm taking some of their teeth.
Well, perhaps they've seen something odd happening around here. Although, I don't.
Yes, it would be much better to take with, well, good words than it would be to, well, threaten their dental integrity.
Fine. Alright, let's go in then.
Starting to
fight towards
think
the door.
that you like doing all of those hijinks.
No, it's just part of my job.
As you approach the entrance to this place, you can see that it is kind of this large doorway, almost done like a half-ass portcullis. It's this very much ornamental but still sturdy wrought iron, kind of almost a barred door with a large imposing wooden door behind it.
Can I look in the window?
Sure.
I peek on in.
All right, you peek in to the window. Well, why don't you roll a perception check for fun?
Surely.
You look in, and it's pretty dim. A couple of the windows have been boarded up, while some are open, and the light that gets in there is it's not great. You can very faintly see a little bit of movement somewhere in the darkness, but it's you don't have dark vision. It's hard to make out.
Let me
Eh.
have a look.
Yeah. I can't see nothing.
Right, Alcana, you lean in behind Dawn. Roll a perception check.
Also, the reminder that she does have dark vision now, or
Oh,
Ragnar
yeah, I
better than
remember.
dark vision.
I've just been assuming that she's been wearing sunglasses the whole time she's been home.
Yes, there's no reason to wear an eye patch at home.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception Arcana.
Oh,
All
that
right.
shouldn't have been at advantage, but that doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, it's all right. It's the first one is the higher one anyway. Yeah, you look in, and with your dark vision, you're able to hone in a little bit better. You can see there are like a few threadbare couches that have been pushed together, cushions. It's almost like a couch fort, but not quite. And you can also catch this whiff, this herbal scent that it takes you a second to put together is the scent of snakeweed, which, probably the last time you were home, you weren't even sure what it smelled like. But you can see that there are a couple of what look like young, uh, younger types. Yeah, it looks like two girls and a boy who are either in their late teens or early 20s. One of them is clearly, yeah, sort of setting up some kind of a smoking apparatus. Another one is messing with what look like some chalk and some papers on the ground. Uh, One of them seems to be kind of absent-mindedly watering these house plants that are all dead.
They're high
Oh
as fuck right
boy.
now.
Kids.
We can just knock on the door and tell them to leave, or, well, actually, if they just stay where they are, they might not even.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of the door, I believe we should check if it's locked or not.
That would be the reasonable thing to do, yes?
I assume it is locked and these vagrants have gotten in a different way.
Yeah.
So Notrix, are you like trying to throw open the door if it's unlocked, or are you just carefully testing it?
I don't think I'm going to throw open the door. Just attempt to open it normally, I guess.
I mean, like, are you testing the door just to see if it's unlocked, or are you opening the door if it's unlocked?
I'll just test it for now.
All right. So you go up to this sort of, as I said, like a double door, and you find that actually, as you reach in, the handle on the inner wooden door seems to turn all the way. It seems unlocked. However, whatever mechanism is latching the large sort of ornamental wrought iron over it is very firmly locked.
Is there an actual lock visible?
Uh, yeah, you've got a high passive perception. I'd say that you'd see that there's kind of like a what must be sort of a lock mechanism towards the bottom of it, but you get the impression just from the way it's set up that it probably has like a mechanism to open or close that kind of fake portcullis lock right on the inside.
Need me to
Oh.
pick a lock?
Yes, I was just about to say.
Not, yeah. I
Well,
don't
do you think
suppose
we
the
should?
kids are going to care too much.
I
Well, wait.
I-
Should we take measures to make sure we don't scare them off? Are we worried about
just
Yeah.
that?
open the door lightly after picking the lock. I'm sure it'll be fun, right?
I mean, how interested are we in talking to these people?
You know, we
I
could
think that
just
depends
teleport
on what they're
inside and
saying.
open from the.
You're really
That
freaking out.
seems
Yes.
like going a little. That seems like trying to use a sledgehammer to smash an insect.
Let's just open the door. We've had enough time discussing how to open doors in our lives.
Yes,
Uh,
let's just open it like normal people. For
Yes, every time we
once.
get to a door, we spend so much time. Let's just open this one. Go
Okay,
on,
I picked the lock.
go to the lock.
All right, Don, go ahead and roll a thieves' tools check.
With the
I
dexterity.
mean,
Yeah, I'll let you choose. You can use dexterity or intelligence or wisdom.
it's
Yeah.
more normal to open a door from the inside than to pick it. Right?
Yeah, Don, you go in with your thieves' tools and start trying to pick at the little mechanism at the bottom of the portcullis until your little fingers are numb and you feel like you can't do any more.
It has like rusted and stuff. Can't really open it well.
We can just teleport inside. What are they going to do? They're kids. They're going to get a little bit scared, and we're going to say, "Yeah, it's no big deal." Blah blah blah. We're just here to look around.
Yeah,
Keep
if we
smoking
knock,
whatever.
if we knock, they're just gonna run away.
Normal
Might as-
police
just
don't teleport.
Well, we're
Yes,
not normal
we
police.
don't have a reason to do that right now, unless we'll.
Fine then, knock on the door.
Maybe we can just find how they got in. Like maybe there's a broken window or something.
Yes, and even if we did teleport in, we can't. This portcullis, it's not. It doesn't look like something you can just open from the inside if you're in there. So, if the door
How
is
about
locked, we should find another
I'm
way.
thinking while it's happening, Alcana is kind of scoping around like the general boundary to see if maybe she can get some ideas of how the kids managed to get in.
So are you actually like walking around the perimeter of the house, snooping around?
Yes.
Roll an investigation check. Yeah, while you sort of leave the others for a few minutes to argue over the merits of teleporting versus knocking versus picking locks, You just do a quick round of the perimeter, and you see more of this kind of starved vegetation, poorly maintained bits of the house, and like about half the windows are boarded up, and the other half are either filthy or cracked. You put together that maybe they could have climbed through a window, but I'd say you also see that there's not like a lot of signs of there's no window that's been fully uh like blocked out, smashed out the way that you might expect if they're using it regularly, that you wouldn't go through without it at least getting some risk of cutting yourself on jagged glass. And there doesn't seem to be uh there's one rear entrance to the back garden that you you check briefly and see is completely locked. um there's not really an obvious point of ingress. I mean, there are a few places where they could get in, but not something that immediately screams, "Oh, this is how they're coming and going from this place."
She just kind of comes back and just shrugs a little bit.
How about this? We teleport to the second floor.
Do we even know how high up the second floor is?
I mean, can't we see it?
Yeah, you can see there are probably like 3 stories to this place.
But if we teleport, well, if you teleport and take one person with you, how do the rest of us get it?
Anyone got a rope?
We open the door.
Or does it? Is it sort
Are
of,
they like?
does it look like
Okay,
the
okay,
portcullis
help.
can be opened from the inside? Because like, I thought it was just locked.
Like, is it a lock where it, like, on the inside you can turn the lock like a normal door, or is it like like locked like with the, you know?
I don't think you'd know from this side of the door.
Damn.
I will say this, that from Alcana peeking in, that it seems like there's sort of a large great room that the door opens into, that probably, like, if you were to open this, it would be in the same large opening hall where those kids were.
So they would like easily see us if we walk in.
Probably.
And
They're
Arcana
just
going around the
kids. It
perimeter.
doesn't matter if they see us.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just teleport in, open it quickly. We'll walk in. They'll be like, "Oh shit, we didn't lock the door." Nani?
I mean, even if they see us teleport, they're drunk, they're smoking, whatever.
Yeah, they'll think they're high.
Nobody's going to.
It's fine.
If the door's made of bars, like this outer door, can't we just reach in and open it anyway without having to go in? If it was openable from both sides?
It's not like a gate. It's like a normal door, right?
I thought there was a normal door
It's-
and a gate.
Yeah, there's like a wrought iron outer sort of gate thing that you can reach through, and then that's the part that's locked. And then there's like a large wooden door past that that seems to be unlocked. Like, it's actually, I'd say the holes in the wrought iron are large enough that, you know, if one of you were to open up the wooden door, Dawn could probably slip through the wrought iron.
Ooh. Okay. Can I try that?
Yes, please, let's do that.
Okay.
That doesn't. Oh, okay.
Don's gonna try to slip through and see if he'll have like a better chance at unlocking this door.
Okay. Um, so one of you very surreptitiously opens the wooden door just ever so slightly, and Dawn slips through the wrought iron, and through that gap in the door, Dawn, I want you to roll a stealth check.
Okay.
These people probably see fairies all the
on.
time, and
No.
Yeah. As you slip in, one of them looks and, whoa, well, who's that? There's someone at the door. Hey, get Heather. Get Heather. There's someone at the door.
Ah, shit. Guys, they see us.
okay, let's just talk to them.
Hey!
Okay, fine.
Don't run away. It's fine.
You say this, Don, but none of them seem to be running away except for the one who was sort of half watering the dead plants, going and heading for what looked to be the stairs in the back of this, uh, presumably to get Heather.
Uh,
Hey, man, wait outside, man. Okay.
you gonna
Yeah,
open the door?
we're all valid.
You see
Okay.
this, yeah, this young guy looks, yeah, maybe about 21, kind of stumbles over to where you are. He seems to be maybe unaware exactly that you're a fairy and said, "Just wait outside, man. Hold on."
Don like raises an eyebrow and just like flutters outside.
So you guys wait out here for about a minute before the door opens again, and you see this girl. She's she's a little older than the other three, maybe like more mid-20s. She has sort of this long, wavy blonde hair, and while she looks like she's mid-20s, at the same time, kind of in just the creases of her face and the tiredness of her eyes, you could half believe that she's mid-40s instead. She looks like she's lived a lot of life in those years.
Huh.
Yeah, yeah. What do you want? Who are you?
We want to come inside. We want to take a look. It's nothing to do with you. We just want to look. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, but unless you have official business with Mr. Vould, I cannot let you inside. Thank you very much. Good day to you.
Oh, hold on. You know Vould?
Yes, yes, we take care of the place for him. Now, if you don't have anything official to say, then I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Thank you very much.
Well,
Wait.
Actually, we do have
Yeah,
something.
yes, official, because Vold sent for us.
All right, Vold sent for you. Do you have a letter from him? Do you have any an invitation to this place? Anything you can show me? We were not warned about receiving visitors.
No,
Well, let's just
we
say
didn't receive.
complications ended up happening that would have made that quite impossible.
Yes,
Well,
see,
Mr.
we
Vold is very strict about which visitors the manor is to receive here. So if you don't have any sort of documentation, I think I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Thank you.
wait. You see, we're actually some of Vold's closest friends. That's why.
Kind of just
That's
sort of
why
looks like
that's why we don't need identification. You see, because he trusts us. He really knows us, and I think that if you don't let us in, then he's going to be very disappointed with you. In fact, he might be quite angry. So I think it would be in your best interest to let us in. At least that is my strongly worded suggestion.
I kind of telepathically whispers to Loki, "What the hell are you doing? We don't need to do this. We have the writs."
All right, wisdom saving throw. Let me go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
The teen junkies, they're not going to care if we have, like, proper.
Oh, but this is the lead junkie. This isn't just any teen junkie. Does that succeed?
Oh, yes, it
Yeah.
does.
She sort of gets this look of confusion on her face for 1 second before she says, "Well, even if that is the case, Mr. Vold is not here right now, so I'm afraid you came all this way for nothing."
Oh no, we're not here to meet Vould. You see, he sent us to take a look at this property for him. Because, and I have to say, looking at the state of this, you're not doing a very good job keeping a look over this.
Well, Mr. Vould is satisfied with the job we do. And besides, it's not your place to judge uh, our performance.
Not our place to judge. I just told you we're some of Vould's closest friends. We know him. We know him like we know a brother.
Roll a deception check, Logie.
Crap. Can I
Can you?
use 2 foresight to reroll that?
Of course.
What?
I mean, we did meet him. Tech.
And that is 1 over her passive insight. See her kind of vacillate a little. She says, "Yeah, fine, I guess. What is it that you want exactly?"
And he looks to Arcana because she's the one.
Well, let's just say that we were in our join rather recently, and we discovered that there were some things that were linking Vould to some rather unfortunate events that we would like to be able to confirm or deny by having a look at this place, and then she would probably then show the writ. We don't intend to cause much trouble. We're just trying to we're just trying to confirm if these allegations are true or false.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Hold on. Give me just 5 minutes.
And then, just without another word, the door kind of slams, and you faintly hear her call out to the others, "Guys, clean up your shit!" You wait for, about probably closer to 10 minutes or 15 minutes of awkward silence before she finally opens the door again, and you see her sort of do something on the side, just off of to beyond your field of view, and she kind of pulls this what seems to be a lever, or almost more like a crank, does it back and forth a couple times, almost like a water pump, and you see that the portcullis thing slowly starts to lift up. And she said, "Yeah, I know, ostentatious. All right, come in."
Well, thank you for your cooperation.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
Don't
just
mean to trouble you too much on this fine sunny day.
yeah, trouble. Yeah, I'm sure it's no trouble at all. You want something? You want something to drink? You want tea? You want a 5-course meal?
We already ate.
Could we ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah, what is it?
When was the last time you actually saw Vould? Because he's been indisposed for quite a while now.
You know, he comes back to visit from time to time. This isn't his main house. It's his vacation home. So, whenever he gets time off, whenever he's able to take his vacation.
But he's been, well, from what he told us, he hasn't been able to visit for more than about a year now. That's quite a while, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't keep the best track of when he's here, when he's not here. He comes and goes.
And
maybe it's a year, I don't know.
I thought this house had been repossessed. Well, I thought this house has been sold or given to the bank. Are you sure Vould is still the owner of this place?
And I'm thinking that as Natrix is doing this, Alcana is just starting to give the place a cursory look over.
Yeah, as you all of you have entered inside, you all get kind of this much stronger smell, aroma of, yeah, just kind of decay. There's definitely an undercurrent of mold, mildew to the whole thing. You get the much stronger overtones of snakeweed. You catch faint hints of what might be bog root. You see that there's squalor. There are old food containers and trash sort of in the corners. That there are what seem like tobacco stained curtains that are obscuring several of the windows. You see that there's not really exactly plumbing out here, but there does seem to be like an inlet for a well that's drawn in from the outside, uh, but it's filling a basin that's just all murky. You can see that a couple of the steps on what was once like a grand staircase are caved in. It's it's a bad scene in here.
I'm thinking that Alcana would kind of pull up her cloak a little bit over her face to kind of like dispel the smell. I'm not having that happen again.
Hmm.
And yeah, as you're talking to her, to Heather Nautrick, she says, I, I think you're probably mistaken about this. This house it belongs to Mr. Vould. Um, maybe there was some sort of a filing error or something.
So you definitely haven't heard anything about this house. Well, no one has come to this house at all. Not even the bank or anything.
Um, no, I don't think so.
Yeah. Can I roll insight on this whole dealio?
Sure. Yeah, she's lying about that.
Wait, that or the whole thing? Or just
It seems like that last part, especially. The rest of it, I just from judging from her mannerisms, you get the sense that she really does believe that she has some kind of a right or a writ from Vold, but is probably either willfully misremembering or maybe concealing some of the details. But this part about no one from the bank or anything coming by, that is definitely just an outright lie.
And yeah, Alcana is sort of like slowly, casually walking around, just kind of trying to get more of a feel for the place to see where they might start investigating.
Yeah, I think um, Logie sort of starts to take a gander as well, looking around. But he sort of, over time, edges closer to Arcana, and he says, and it just sort of half whispering while he's next to her, he says, "It doesn't get this bad in 1 year."
No, it does not.
So, Logie, since you and Elkan are sort of looking together, why don't one of you roll investigation with advantage?
I have a. Where's investigation? I have a +4 to investigation.
Well, I have a +0, so Logie, you should do it.
Yeah, as the two of you are kind of just snooping around the perimeters of this great room, you do see catches your eye, sort of half obscured by one of these tobacco stained threadbare curtains. As you push it aside, you see that it is actually a rather crude looking poster for the Backstall Theater Company.
Hmm. That's interesting. How is the? Is it just like? How do I put this? Screw it. I'm just going to pull the poster down.
All right, you sort of grab the poster, pull it down, um, and the poster, you notice it's not actually like advertising a particular show, but it seems to be more of an ad for the company itself. Um, from what you can put together on the poster, it seems, at least at the time this was made, to have been based on Ashdale, and it uses a lot of sort of flowery language that you can't quite follow. But there's a one of the phrases that kind of sticks out in your mind is it's uh, improvised mise en place flash theater, which seems to be like a combination of buzzwords, but it feels a little familiar. However, when Loki pulls that down, Alcana, you see that it's actually this poster was put up over what must have been a recession for like a wall sconce, somewhere to put like a candle or a lantern. And there seems to be a small canvas bag hidden in this alcove that the poster was obscuring.
Well, what do we have here? And I'm thinking that she would probably initially use a mage hand to get it open.
So, Alcana, you conjure a mage hand, sort of undo the drawstring of the bag, let it go in, and that mage hand lifts out. It seems to be holding this small chunk of crystal that has a lightly purple tinge to it.
Well, now, what do we have here?
Hmm.
Notrix, are you actively trying to distract Heather?
I, I guess I am.
Roll either a performance or a persuasion check. You see, as you're kind of having this conversation with her, seeing through some of her bullshit, she kind of looks past you and she's, hey, what are they doing over there? Hey, excuse me, what are you guys doing?
What we said we were going to do. Look around.
Yeah, but you're not looking around does not mean taking our posters down off the wall does not mean ruining our personal property.
I mean, we were
Ah,
going to put
yes.
it back.
I thought this was Vold's property.
Vold's property.
What he
We're
said.
we're Vold's caretakers. What's Vold's property here? We treat it as if it's our own property.
I can see that.
I see. Uh, how well do you know Vould?
Very well. He trusts me with his estate.
What's his hair color?
It's brown.
Is it brown? Do we know it's brown?
We
We
did
saw
see
him.
You, I'll be honest, you kind of took me unawares by that, and I was thinking, oh man, did I establish a weird hair color for Vold?
Rainbow hair.
Suddenly, he had he had all the hair colors. He had black, he had white, he had green, little patches here. Or just play the more obvious and go, oh, we didn't have.
I think he had brown hair.
Ah, yeah. Never mind.
Lucky
I'm
guess.
thinking that Alcana would try and sneak a quick divine sense on this crystal before then trying to gently put it back.
Could you put up the blurb for Divine Sense again?
Maybe not divine sense. I do, in fact, have detect magic prepared, so let's quickly do that.
Oh, detect magic. All right. So, So, you use a spell slot for this, right?
Correct?
All right. Just making sure that you're not here trying to investigate it for 10 minutes. Um, yeah. As you cast this, you do immediately see that there is a faint aura around this crystal, that it is some type of magic, some kind of magic that definitely does not cleanly fit into any of the schools that you know of. And as you look at it, you catch like a faint sense, though you're not sure exactly where, of a similar type of magical signature elsewhere in the house.
I think she would try to subtly signal to Logie in the general direction of where she's picking up that other signal, as she's very carefully putting everything back the way she found it.
Yeah. Just gesturing in its basic direction, it seems like it's maybe from somewhere upstairs.
And Logi just sort of says to her, "Yes, I think with occulty people like this, there's two places where they're most likely to hide stuff: their study or the basement. Since you found that thing upstairs, I'm going to have a look. But if you know, the way these things go, there could be a hidden basement."
Want me to go with you?
I don't deny it.
Want me to look for a basement while you go upstairs?
I'm thinking that Elkanah would probably try and maybe not rip off posters and having a look around this time.
Wait, so what's Heather's reaction to just people walking around?
I mean, they said they'd walk around, but she says, "Yeah, put that poster back. Put that poster back, please. Thank you."
Yes, Logi is just sort of nonchalantly heading upstairs, and whoever's with him is with him. Actually,
That's with
does
Logie.
this do the stairs look like they're actually climbable, or are they completely rotten?
Like, there are rotted steps. There are probably places where you'll have to jump over, but the ones that are still there will take your weight.
Yeah, okay. And I weigh a little bit less, I guess. Well, maybe not, because dwarves are more dense, but uh
Sure.
Yeah, Heather turns to you, Nodri. How much longer is this going to take?
I'm not sure that these people are just well, they're looking into things, but I'm sure they'll be out of your hair as soon as they can.
Look, this is. I mean, I'm trying to cooperate with you. You say that you're friends of Vould. I haven't even seen real evidence of that. Look, just do whatever it is you need to do, and get going, okay?
And you
Okay.
can definitely see Elkanah trying to have the most efficient look around the ground floor as she possibly can without actually touching anything.
Yeah, Alcana, most of what you find is sort of drug paraphernalia. The clear signs of, well, what you'd expect to see from the sort of people who appear to be squatting here. Logie, you and Don are heading up the stairs.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, you see that actually two of these others, sort of the the younger guy and one of the other girls, are sort of just sitting in one of the open door frames as you come up the stairs, and he says, "Hey, hey,
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 hey.
hey, weren't you gonna stay downstairs? Heather said she'd keep you downstairs."
Is
She
this kid
didn't say
obviously
that to
high?
us.
Is he like obviously under the influence right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. In that case, you know, Don's gonna like stay kind of hidden, but he's gonna say, yeah, she didn't tell us anything. Don't worry about it.
All right. All right. You can't go in my room though.
Where's your room?
I'm I'm standing in it. You see that he is indeed sort of in the doorway to one of these rooms just off the main landing.
All right,
Do we
fine.
see anything just at a glance in there?
Well, there's a girl who looks like she's probably about 18, stringy brown hair, just one of the ones who is downstairs on kind of just this very large cushion staring up at the ceiling.
Ah, right. Yeah.
So scuffed.
Um. Okay. Yeah. We'll continue past that guy. Won't bother him. So what does it look like? Like the layout?
It seems like, yeah, there's sort of a central landing, um, several rooms off the side of it, and kind of at the far end of the landing, another sort of almost like a ladder staircase, sort of a steeper, less less ostentatious, more utilitarian place that leads up to the top floor of this manor.
Yeah. So I think what Logi's going to do is as he's walking down this hallway, he's just going to open the doors and take a quick peek inside. Not really like do a thorough investigation unless he sees anything interesting in the rooms.
Yeah, sure. You kind of open doors as you pass by. Uh, some of them are bedrooms in various states of either disrepair or squalor. Uh, at least one of them looks like it hasn't really been touched or lived in for quite a while. Uh, there's a washroom. It doesn't seem like there's indoor plumbing in this place, just from the various accoutrements that are around. It seems more like the kind of place where all of that has to be handled manually. Um, you see that there's a what looks like one of these rooms that just seems to be empty, just devoid of any sort of furniture. Um, and then one of these, the door is locked. You can't open it.
Oh,
A locked door, you say?
locked doors. Those are always interesting.
They are. I'm gonna pick it.
Yes, do that. And I think Logi is going to position himself so that if the guy looks down the hallway, he can't see Don. He's just sort of leaning against the door.
Yeah. Woo!
All right, done. Oh, you already rolled it. Yeah, you take out your lock picks. Your fingers have had time to recover from their numbness, and very easily manage to just stick it into that, unlatch it, swings open.
She's
Yeah,
open.
and Logi's going to wait until. Well, he's going to keep an eye on the guy at the end of the hallway, and like when it seems like he's most distracted, just quickly open the door and quietly get inside and.
Yeah, it seems like he's not really paying too much attention to you at all. Like he loses interest in you quite quickly.
Good. So, where is? Well, I mean, what does this room look like?
So you enter in, and this one, yeah, no trash in the corners, no detritus on the walls, none of that sort of acrid aroma in a lot of the house. If anything, it just smells kind of dusty, kind of like old paper in here. And you see there are indeed several bookshelves. There's a large, what seems to be like a drafting table in the center of the room, and you see that there's a large window open up onto it. It's actually brighter in here than it is in most of the house, where the windows are either boarded up or covered with curtains. This window, it's grimy, so the light isn't too great, but it's still a lot brighter than the other places. Seems to be some kind of a almost a library or drafting space, but you see there are also a few chests up against the wall, and there are several uh, like small piles of what seem to be papyrus on the table.
Ah, lots of interesting stuff to look at here.
Really?
I think Logi is going to start with the book. So he'll go through all of the books, sort of like tilting them a bit backwards to ensure that there's not a secret switch, while sort of simultaneously checking to see like what their titles are.
I was worried for a second you were going to say that you go through all the books. You know, I go in here and I read this entire library.
No, like he just like looks at each of the books briefly, then like tilts it a bit just to see if there's like anything, if he notices anything about them and like the titles and stuff.
Yeah, you sort of just scan the titles of the books, run your fingers along them, kind of jiggling each to see if they're attached to a hidden mechanism. Roll an investigation, Logan.
Ooh.
Yeah, you. I should actually probably change the card, because this isn't really a good reflection of where you are
There's an
anymore.
ocean in here.
There's just an ocean right in the middle of Vould's mansion. That makes perfect sense.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Let me get a better.
Turns out there is a dimensional bleed from the plane of water in Vould's house the entire time.
I mean,
No, no.
given how good these guys are taking care of it, it wouldn't be that much a surprise if the place flooded.
It's like most people, there's just like a minor water leakage, but these guys are so bad that there's like a portal to the plane of water.
I believe it.
That's where all the
They
Vould
spoke
came
too
When
from.
you
hard.
crit fail with a negative modifier.
So, Logi, you feel pretty confident that these books and these bookcases are not concealing any sort of hidden entrances. What you do find, though, a lot of these books seem to be quite dusty, almost like that sticky sort of dust when something has not been covered for a long time and clearly has not been dealt with over a period of years. Several of these books are actually books on law, books, yeah, on legal precedent. It seems like, well, what you'd expect, sort of a personal law library of a very accomplished barrister. But then there's one section that does seem to have been leafed through much more frequently and much more recently. You're not sure if it's in the past year, but definitely much more than the other ones. Uh, it's a collection of books on theater, of collections of plays. And as you pull these out, you see that in one of these, the spine just kind of comes off. And you pull this one out, you see that it's a collection of plays that it seems to have been compiled by Vould himself. Like there are several what seem to be pages from other books that have been somewhat crudely bound, like glued in there himself, along with several handwritten pages that have been incorporated into it on its own.
So the handwritten pages, are they like plays that he's transcribed, or are they like comments or any notes that like that stand out?
They seem to be plays that, well, that someone has transcribed at least, because they seem to have a couple different types of handwriting. But it seems like, yeah, these are pages that were torn out of books and kind of pasted onto other pages. What seem to be pages of kind of like writing paper that were then cut down to fit more of the book size, almost as if there is a presentational thought to presenting all of these things together in one volume.
The plot thickens. More plays.
More plays.
I guess we'll have to take a closer look at that later, and Logi's going to put that in his backpack.
And I guess Don's gonna look at the desk with all the papyrus on it.
All right, Don. Roll your own.
Investigation?
Yeah, sure. We'll call it investigation.
Yeah.
So, Don, you find that a lot of this papyrus is actually just blank sheets, and it's got kind of the brittle quality that papyrus gets when it has just been left out for too long. The table itself is dusty, but as you kind of go through these papyrus and push the dust away, you can see that there are actually faint marks on the table itself. The table seems to be made of slate, and there are marks on that seem to suggest chalk, figures drawn in chalk that were maybe not completely erased. You know, when you take an eraser to a chalkboard and it never quite completely gets rid of everything without wiping it down with a wet cloth. It's that sort of a thing. And while it's difficult to pull anything off of these faint impressions on the table, a couple of these sheets of papyrus seem to have what seem to be attempts at symbols that you're able to kind of match up with the chalk markings on the table.
Huh. Hey Logi, come check this out.
And
You
Logi
recognize any of these
comes
symbols?
and checks them out.
Oh yeah, are any of these symbols, setting off fire bells?
A lot of them seem to be symbols that are related to alchemy.
Oh.
Some of them are things that, like out of hand, neither of you recognize. However, there are a couple of major symbols that do stick out to you immediately. So one of them, hold on.
Oh
Which one is
boy.
it?
Which
Which
one?
of the?
Which
Which
one
one?
of the woods is gonna get
Triquetra,
spammed
Satanic
out
Cross,
this
Horn.
time? What's it gonna
Wait,
be,
where is it?
lads?
There it is.
Okay, how about you display all of them?
Oh, this
Ah.
boy.
The trident thing.
That seems to be the most prominent of them. And then
And
another
this.
one.
Ah, here we go.
Oh, here we go. We're getting some crossover, boys.
Oh
And that's the
shoot!
one we
I
saw on
think
the poster back in Ardoing, right?
I think I might not have ever added a fancy version of it to this, so I may need to draw it out myself.
Oh boy!
Oh boy, drawing time.
Thanos like, fine, I'll do it myself.
Nice.
Nice.
Right, and one of them that seems to come up a few times looks like this. Hold on, I'm gonna.
Where?
Oh
A
boy, here we
circle.
go.
A circle.
Circle, line,
Oh.
Triforce.
Oh.
Dun dun dun.
Circle
Oh,
and Triforce.
it's the world gate.
Oh, bro, it is.
Or
Is that
what
it?
is it?
Or is there more?
Looks like the portal from Gravity Falls actually.
Yeah. Have we seen this symbol before?
I don't think you have, because otherwise I'd have added it to my list of symbols on Roll20.
Right.
Okay. I guess we'll have to make a mental note of that one.
Yeah.
Does it sort of appear with the same prominence as the other one? Like, is there anything like? Does it seem as important?
The other one is definitely kind of the most common and seems to hold the place of most importance on these papers and in this chalk. But this sort of circle and triangle and circle is definitely the second most prominent. All the other symbols seem to be like, yeah, alchemical symbols that only appear, once or twice. Actually, I'll let you roll an insight, Logi, to try to put together anything more about the other symbols.
No, no.
Nope.
I'll roll on the botch table for that.
Oh no.
Oh, now you
Please
gotta
don't burn everything down accidentally.
you gotta like
Knock over
accidentally
a
pour
candle.
ink on it. Yeah.
Ah, simple fail.
No biological mishaps. Whew.
Oh, oh wait, what was the other one here?
Oh, hello.
I did not draw that.
It's me. I'm doing a better job. than
Stop
Ron.
debating. Stop debating us. Oh.
What?
Oh, I see.
Well,
Damn it! You
oh,
made me mess up my notes.
I'm like,
Sorry,
oh,
I
what's
was
this
just
secret?
sorry. It was me. I was just drawing a somewhat more better of version of it.
Okay.
So I think
Okay.
Don says, oh hey, all these look like alchemical symbols, So maybe that symbol and this symbol, they're also some kind of alchemical symbol? Does it mean something?
Maybe. I'll be honest, I don't actually know much about the mechanics of alchemy.
Hmm.
I imagine it's probably related to the other stuff we've seen. Change.
Like, is this symbol very casually mixed within all the other alchemical symbols?
No, that symbol is definitely, when it appears, it usually appears on its own, and it seems to, hold the place of most prominence among the notes here.
Okay. How about this guy?
Hmm.
Is this also holding prominence at all, or not really?
Yeah, it seems to be prominent, like the second most prominent, but not as much as the first symbol.
I guess these represent something important, while the others are just formula or elements or some other nonsense.
Yeah, here. I'm gonna pick up some kind of like a pen or chalk or any kind of writing utensil, and I'm gonna just draw the symbols on a papyrus so we can keep for later.
On just one of the blank sheets.
Yeah.
Was there more in this room?
Yeah, there are some chests sort of up against the wall, right underneath the window.
Ah, yes, the chests. Conventional D&D players would have gone for those first, I think. So, yeah, I guess we'll look at the chests.
Yeah, go over to them. They're locked.
Oh, are they? Can I?
Quick, check
Pick
the
it.
chain direction. They might be mimics.
Oh
That
yeah.
was
Never
Okay, I'm
met
gonna.
me.
Can I check for traps? Like, you know.
Sure. Yeah. Roll an investigation.
I
Eh?
might be memeing.
Yeah, you don't think that there are any traps here.
In that
One of these
case-
chests opens up and you see its long tongue say, "Yeah, I'm definitely not a trap."
Ah,
Nice.
no.
Yeah, I'll tell you straight. I don't believe in mimics.
Yes, you've said that before.
Don't exist.
Don't
An A
exist.
mimic.
What
no,
if Ron
known,
is actually
known mimic hater.
Damn it.
guys? What if Ron is actually a mimic saying that for our mimic?
Yeah, he's a. What's he mimic?
Yeah, you try to get into this latch, and as you do, you kind of like jam one of your files into the mechanism of this first chest, and you hear something like click and kind of uh, sort of like spin, and then boom, break. You
Oh.
try to pull your file out, and you eventually grab it out, but then as you go back in there, it seems like you've somehow shot the lock mechanism of this, and you are not able to open this chest.
Ah, god damn it.
Ah,
Ah,
how
I
big are
ruined
the
it.
chests?
What's that?
How big? Well, is it just the one chest or are there several chests?
There are 3 chests,
Okay, how big are they?
big enough to hold a body.
That's
Suspiciously
very
specific.
Very suspicious.
very specific. Okay. Um. Hmm. Is there a convenient ruby key in a trash bin somewhere? I remember seeing that in a quest.
If there is, I ruin any chance of it working.
So you look and you do actually spot a small refuse bin underneath the table. You look in it and you think for a second, there's a ruby key. But when you pull it out, it's just a nasty old lollipop.
Ugh.
Ew.
Well, there goes the theory
Okay.
of Mario's basket being taken from the Archaeology Guild and somehow plopped into this universe. Damn it!
Okay. So
Hey,
Hmm.
do you have a bag of Molden?
No.
Does Alcana?
It's on Okana's
Maybe.
person at the moment, so you'd need to go get her.
I'll be right back.
What what is it? What do the locks on these things look like?
Um, just sort of simple locks, the kind you'd expect to find on a chest, maybe a little bit more robust. The chests themselves seem to be constructed of heavy wood.
Hmm. I see. I see. Well, while Dawn is heading down to Alcana, I think Logie is going to, and this is kind of silly, but he's going to go through the bookcase again and sort of shake the books, see if there like any keys fall out of hidden compartments or like just rummage around looking.
You really want a key, don't you?
So you rummage around the bookcase looking for keys. Um, why don't you just roll a d20?
Just a D20.
Just roll the random loot table. That'll be funny.
Oh, you rolled a 20. Oh crap. Well, you definitely don't have time to go through all of these books, shake everyone down, look for a key. But as you go over them, one after the other, you shake one off, and what comes out of it is not a key, but you see this small disc. You think it's a coin at first. It kind of clink, clink, and it rolls halfway across the floor before kind of going back onto its side and kind of until it comes to a stop. It seems to be a small circle of glass, just like it looks like a stray lens or something. It's about 10 centimeters across.
10 centimeters across. Hmm. Logie's going to go up to the piece of glass.
Well, I mean, it's
Take it out.
smaller than like a manhole.
Yeah, I guess it is smaller than a manhole. A lot of things are when you think about it. He's
Yeah.
going to hold it up and see if like and look through it, like see if anything looks different.
You hold it up, look through it. Everything seems the same at first until you look over to the desk and you see that all of those blank sheets of papyrus are not actually blank.
Oh crap!
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Ah,
Okay.
boy!
Okay.
What did they say?
What? Wait, Dawn just ruined one of them. Anyway, what's
Oops.
on?
Julia, why don't you roll a d22 to see which one you ruined?
All right. You're like okay, fine. He ruined it.
Maybe you'll be C. Just look underneath
Please.
the weird drawings you drew.
All right. Okay, okay. So, anyways, before we resolve this, Dawn, just for fun, roll a stealth check.
Sure.
It's not just
Uh,
fun.
Don't worry. His stealth is great. Oh, thank God.
Oh yeah, yeah. You see that Heather is once more just kind of uh, yammering at Nautrix about when they'll be done here, how long it'll take them to do this nonsense. It's done. You just kind of flit behind her back and over to Alcana.
Arcana.
What's up? Did you
Can-
find something?
Yeah. Can we borrow the bag of molding? It's something really big, and we want to take it.
Alcana just sort of gives this Dawn, I hope that you thinking you've thought a lot about this kind of look.
Oh yeah. More than noble. And does she give it to him?
Fine. And she passes it over. But please don't break it.
I won't. And he flies back up.
All right. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a burden for you, Dawn, to carry this whole
Yeah.
bag, but you're a magical fairy, so it slows you down, but you are able to eventually get it up the stairs. Logi, in the meantime, as you look over the dense notes written on these papers that are invisible to the naked eye, I would like you to roll an intelligence check.
oh, thank God it wasn't safe. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'm a dum dum.
Oh no.
You're not completely a dum dum, but it is very dense. It is. It does clearly speak to a level of kind of technical, perhaps not exactly expertise, but at least exploration that is far beyond you. What you are able to put together, though, is that multiple times the word prosarmostite comes up, and usually it is in the same sentence as steam energy or steam magic. It seems like there are multiple references to both prosarmostite, steam, and occasionally to mud. However, as you look over these pages and you get a vague sense of the order they're supposed to go in, it seems in the final pages that there's a almost a rejection, though it's difficult to tell exactly the context or what this rejection means, but a rejection of the earlier research, the earlier notes. And there is there seems to be an indication of another sort of epiphany of something else, of some kind of well, I'd say with an 8, you're not sure exactly what, but that the author of these notes discovered something that invalidated their previous explorations or attempts with prosarmosite, steam, and mud.
Oh, okay. Um. Like how many papyrus are there? It's not like multiple books worth.
No, no, it's a number of sheets. Maybe a couple dozen sheets, but they're all pretty dense.
Ah, okay. In that case, I'm going to put them in my backpack along with the uh oversized magic monocle. I mean, it's kind of the size of your face. It's probably not a monocle, but you know.
Was it only 10 centimeters?
That's
What's
pretty
that?
big. It's like That covers your whole hand.
A little bit smaller than the
10,
whole hand. Definitely the
10
palm.
centimeters, 2 inches.
It's about almost like a dawn.
Clearly, that's the most important thing to be looking at right now. The size of the diameter, not all of the weird occult shit Vould was doing.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm
Obvious.
sure Dawn at this point comes back up.
Yeah, at this point, Dawn flies in.
Hey, Don,
Hey.
look at what I found.
Oh,
It's a thing.
glass. Nice.
Yes, but the blank pages weren't blank.
They weren't?
No, you can read through this.
I like stick my face into it. Oh.
Does Dawn look different through this? This is very important.
Do I?
No, Dawn looks the same.
Interesting.
Whoa. Wait, you can read stuff. Wait. Oh, oops. That means I drew on one of them. Sorry.
I'm sure it doesn't make a whole lot less sense than it already. That was an awkward sentence.
Thank God I decided against calling them in. But either way, I have this bag of molten. Let's put that, and I point to the chest, in this, and then I'll pull it out. Then we'll be able to sneak it out. Then we can open it outside, like maybe crash it open or something, like smash it, you know.
Huh.
Because I kind of broke the lock.
Right. I don't remember the rules for the bag of molding very well, but can we put it in if it's bigger than the opening?
No. I think you hold up the bag of molding to this chest, and it quickly becomes apparent. This is going to be an extremely tight fit. You maybe could fit it in, but you're not sure if that would tear the bag because it is like really you would have to stretch the opening to be able to get it in there.
Tearing the magic bag is probably a very bad idea. Hmm.
Dang it! I thought it'd be able to fit.
Can I look out the window?
Yeah.
What does it look like out the window? Is
You
there
can
perhaps
see
a conveniently placed haystack right underneath?
there is just a ruined garden underneath, weeds, dead plants, dead flowers, and a bit beyond that, the rocky landscape of the crags, and then the open ocean beyond.
Are there windows overlooking the garden on the floor below?
Um, I'd say that the study is probably towards the back of the house, so there are probably windows overlooking it, but not windows that are open to the Great Hall.
I see. Well, Don, if we can't find anything to open them with or bring them with us, I think last resort is just chucking them out.
Think anyone will notice?
I think we're pretty good at distractions at this point.
Yeah, Natrix is distracting that other lady.
Yes, but before we do that, I would like to take a look at the attic.
Oh yes. Ooh, an attic. Now.
Yes,
Spooky, scary.
I think Logi and Don, if he comes with, tries to like quietly and sneakily get out or out of the room again without the guy noticing. Not that it really matters if he did anyway, and try to head up.
Yeah, you head up to the attic, and it's not like a drop door. There is actually at the top of those steps a small landing, but it seems to only have two doors leading off of it.
Ah, two doors. I go through one of the.
All right. Yeah, and it's kind of sort of like the type of upper floor where the roof is clearly slanted in places. You've kind of got dormers set up overlooking the front of the house. But you enter one of these rooms, and it's a little bit dim, but not as much as the other rooms in the house. And you see that it actually is kind of a seems to be a makeshift bedroom. There's sort of a mattress over to one end, and one of the girls who you saw when, or at least who Alcana spotted when you first peeked in, just sitting on it. And she sort of looks up at you bleary eyed and she says, "What? Who are you? What do you want?"
Sorry, sorry. Can I see anything interesting in this room? Just looking in.
Um, there's a chest of drawers kind of against the side, and there seems to be a pile of papers in front of her, and she's kind of holding out one that's been folded in three, as if it came out of an envelope in front of her eyes when you opened it up, and she looked and met you.
Sorry, sorry. We're just here to look around a little bit. You see, we have important.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, where are we going? That was
So
easier than I
is this
thought.
your bedroom?
I'm staying here for now. What do you want?
Oh, we're just checking up on the house, making sure that everything is in order. And as he's speaking, he's going to look through the drawer, check for stuff.
Is she also under the influence?
It's a little harder to tell with her.
Huh.
What are you doing with my drawers? Don't go through my drawers, please.
Sorry.
So this is your room?
It's where I'm staying right now.
Okay, but have you ever seen anything weird in here?
I don't know. I guess. I don't know.
Like what? Like anything, is there anything in here that's not yours?
Well, yeah. It belongs to Mr. Vould.
What is it?
I don't know. It's the whole house.
Alright, but are there any books in here? Or are there any, like, I don't know, trinkets?
No. What do you want?
Never mind. Well, we're sorry for having been a bother. These kind of procedures, you have to do them. It's as annoying to us as it is to you, etc., etc.
Official business.
Okay.
Uh,
I don't
are
know
you
why. This girl's...
are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Are you done?
Yes. We're done. We're
Yeah,
done.
well, we're out. Yeah, that's enough. Okay.
She just kind of stares at you as you guys head for the door.
I whisper to Loki, should I, like, go invisible? Look around the room a little more, or...
I don't think there's anything important to find there.
Alright. Yeah, let's just keep going then.
Now let's look at the other room.
You go across the hall, open up the other room. It seems to be a large walk-in closet. See that there are, just racks of musty old clothes on either side.
Musty old clothes, you say? Are any of them in dwarf size?
Oh my god, you're not going to, are
Uh,
Roll an investigation check.
Well,
I'm going to
they
tell you
don't.
straight up, probably not.
They don't actually. They don't have to be dwarf sized. Just, you know, are they wearable? Are they in a state that, you can?
Yeah. Some of them, like as you kind of enter the closet, start going through them, there's definitely a bit of a smell of mildew in here. Some of these clothes have mold on them, but yeah, there are some jackets and things that would definitely fit you. Towards the back of the closet, you do notice there are some more, uh, kind of more visually arresting clothes. They put together must be costumes of some kind.
Don's already like stuffing
Okay.
a
Okay.
jacket in the bag of molding.
Two things. Firstly, I want to take the spookiest, most like rugged-looking clothes in here.
Spookiest or most rugged looking? I feel like those are two different descriptions.
Spookiest, I think.
All right, you do actually find among the sort of costume clothing at the back of the closet what looks like a black cloak that's been sort of very deliberately torn ragged at the bottom. Looks almost like a Grim Reaper sort of setup.
Ah, excellent. And Logie just sort of grins as he takes it. And the second thing are like just knocking at the back of the closet. Are there any hidden compartments and or Christian fantasy worlds made by British or?
You knock around the back. You do find one Christian fantasy world, but it's not too great, and no hidden compartments.
Ah, yes.
Not Narnia.
Yeah. Nah.
Aww. Yeah, that's how I know it's not Narnia, because Narnia is actually.
Narnia has been deconfirmed, guys. Go ahead.
Okay. So Logie turns to Don. Okay, Don, I have a plan, but we're going to need Notric.
Okay. What are we gonna do?
Okay, see, here's the problem. We need to get that treasure out, but the kids here will notice if we make any kerfuffle. However, listen to this. Kids, they've had a lot of drink. Many of them are under the influence of different substances. They will be very impressionable. Potentially, it might be that they are quick to become afraid. So I think what we should do is create a little distraction, a little haunting.
I think I see where you're going. Although I don't know. Natrix was kind of against scaring them. You think he'll be down?
Well, I think you will see that it is for the greater good. You see, from what I understand, this is a very common practice among real estate developers. So if we do it, it should be fine.
Oh, like convince them it's haunted. Then they run out. Yeah, like
Yeah, if they think it's haunted, they're going to be too scared. There's going to be all sorts of different noises, like lightning provided by our dear Notrix.
right.
And in the middle of that chaos, we grab the chests. And those meddling kids won't know what hit them.
Yeah. And if you're right.
And as you start to formulate your plan to haunt these meddling kids and make off with Vould's personal possessions, let's go ahead and take a break. Don, I guess go ahead and make a couple more Thieves' Tools checks. Or you can do it one at a time if you wish.
Yeah, let's do it. So there's two more, right?
Yeah.
Let's do you. Boop.
Right, yeah.
And
The next one pops open. And then the last one.
the last one pops open.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, it seems like you kind of got a feel for it after messing up the original chest. You open the next two. Now, the first one, it it's a little disappointing. It seems to be just full of uh, old clothing of some sort. As you start to pull through them, they seem to be actually costumes. They seem to be clothes that have been almost deliberately made to look ragged. They're not dirty in the same way that a lot of the things in this house are kind of filthy, but seem to have almost like have had grease paint or something rubbed into them. And you do indeed find at the bottom of this chest there are several um, like bottles of some kind of grease paint and face paint. It seems to um, even be some what almost look like kind of prosthetics that go with it.
That's a bunch of theater junk. Same with the second one, right?
Uh, well, the second one is a little bit more eclectic in what's in there. You see that there are bits of what look almost like alchemical equipment, what looks like a tray to use to burn like a controlled oil wick, a couple of old kind of crusty flasks. You see that there are a couple more pieces of that purplish crystal, and as you look at them, Logi, you realize that they look familiar to you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yeah! Sorry.
Logi, do you know why they look familiar to you?
I imagine it's the same color as the one in the ritual.
They are. They are indeed.
Oh, that's very.
You also find in this one a uh, a bundle of just like a sackcloth bundle that you unwrap, and you see that there seem to be a few like sort of uh, what am I trying to say here? What look like a couple of what seem like signet rings of noble houses. You see that there are a couple of um, what look like jackets made of very fine material, sort of high class items that, yeah, it looks to be sort of personal implements of people who are either very prominent or very wealthy.
Well, I think for the future benefit of the group, I'm definitely taking those signals. Like that's like that would be very helpful, I think. And the crystals. Well, how big are they? Are like you said this was big enough to have a body in it. They're not like body-sized crystals, are they?
No, no. This is like most of the space is taken up by, yeah, like sort of beakers and tubes and what look like, yeah, various equipment for some sort of alchemy experiments.
Uh, hmm. Do I know enough about alchemy to know whether they are like what's the word? Unusual?
Uh, you can roll an you can roll a nature check, but it's going to be a pretty high DC. Nature or Arcana? No, not Arcana. Yeah, nature. Nope.
Oh, there's some. I think that's made of glass right there. Well, I guess I'm at least taking the crystals and the signet rings. I'm guessing the alchemical stuff too much to really carry.
Yeah, yeah. It's not the kind of stuff you can just stuff in your pockets.
Okay. So, done.
Yeah.
Here's what I think we're going to do.
All right.
I don't think we need all those costumes and alchemical supplies, but there is that last chest. And I think it's probably going to be pretty easy to get it open if we just hammer at it a couple of times. But of course, people are going to notice that, unless they think the hammering comes from somewhere else.
I'm listening.
Unless there is some sort of dead person walking about, perhaps some sort of floating incorporeal spirit, you might.
Like with a big puffy jacket flying around
Yes.
like ooh, and like he picks up one of the costumes and like kind of like waves it around a little bit. Like that?
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this torn up old shirt just kind of hangs off of Don's little form fluttering around. It looks pretty ridiculous.
I'll go invisible.
Huh.
Don't worry.
Are there any sticks or something we can use to create like a frame?
Like arms.
There are probably like kind of mixing rods or something like that among the alchemical supplies, sure.
Okay. And yeah. What
I
else?
love this. Yes.
What else does Don need to look spooky?
So Don control the arms now. What else? Do you have? Oh, you had the teleport spell, right?
Yes,
It'd be way scarier if I teleported in front of them.
but then I would be with you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
Logi's kind of required to at least teleport himself for that spell to work.
Right. So in that case, is it something you could do? Do you have a prestidigitation?
Yeah.
Yes. How about you make some kind of like a growling noise? Some kind of like like a deep guttural
Well,
monster.
That sounds
Well,
more
the-
like minor illusion with thaumaturgy, to be honest.
the thing is, Don, I have to stay here to try to break open the chest.
Right. Okay. So, oh, you know what? I could do. Uh, I could do something like Thunderwave and like make a big bang. You know?
Great. Just make sure you don't start making the bang until you're in another part of the house.
Okay. Yeah. I'll kind of give you the signal when I make the bang. Once I make the bang, you make the bang. Well,
Excellent.
or you know what I mean.
Well, just keep making bangs, and I'll stop.
All right.
We flash forward to about 10 minutes later. Through a combination of Don's stealth darting around and Logi's vast magical powers at his disposal, you end up kind of contacting the rest of the party, spread out as they are in the Great Hall on the ground floor of the house. Notrix, who still somehow has Heather distracted, though she's clearly becoming fed up with your guys' bullshit, as you all eventually learn of this. I suppose you could call it a plan.
Can I ask Heather any more questions?
What's that?
Can I ask Heather any more questions before all
of
this
course,
happens?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna ask her. Yeah. How have you let the house get into a state like this?
Right, look, Vould doesn't send us a lot of money for the upkeep, but when he comes back next time, I'm sure that he'll give us the funds that we need to maintain the house. Look, we're doing the best that we can, okay?
Okay. Well, some of the walls here are literally rotten. That's pretty far gone. Well, anyway.
What are you, a contractor? We'll take care of it, all right?
I'm just here to make sure that Vault's house is being treated fine. Now, another question I have is, are you in charge or involved with maintaining the quarry as well?
The quarry?
Well, I think Vould has some quarrying operations here, I believe, or something.
Oh, yeah. He had part ownership of one of the mines, something like that. I'm not involved with that. I don't know about that.
So you haven't been maintaining that or anything.
No. And if that's what you're here for, well, then you guys would be better off just leaving because we don't have anything for you about that here.
No, that's not. Well, not what we're here for. That's just one of the things where. Well, that's probably what we're going to into next, I suppose. And well, one last thing is, look, I know you're just doing your job, and I know it's been a bit difficult, but look, I know you were lying to me before. Has someone from the bank come here? Look, I need to know this. I need to. Look, Vould is very ill right now, and he wants to know everything that's going on. And if you're hiding things from him, well, it's not going to go
You
down.
certainly presume to know a whole lot of stuff, don't you?
Excuse me.
You presume to know a whole lot of stuff. You start every other sentence with, I know this, I know that. Look, you don't know anything about us. You don't know anything about our relationship with Vould or how much he needs us, okay? I don't know if I can believe half of what you say. You say you can't believe me. Well, why should I believe you?
Fine, I guess. I guess we're at an impasse then. But I can tell you that I have seen Vould quite recently, and he is quite ill. I don't know when he'll be coming back, if he does.
He'll come back soon enough. Hey, I said it before. He comes and goes. I don't always know when it'll be.
But is everything going okay then? Are you getting? Are you still getting paid even? I'm not sure if World's finances are in order for that to happen.
Look, Vould left us a retainer that takes care of our daily expenses. It's not enough to have the house remodeled. It's not enough to have a team of contractors come in here and fix every tiny little thing. I'm sorry it's not spotless, okay?
It's fine. I can see you've been working under quite difficult conditions. Is this retainer around? Where is it? Where is he?
No, a retainer, a cash retainer.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant a position of a person. Never mind that.
All right, is that it? Are you guys done finally?
I'm sure they'll be finished quite soon. But I don't know if you feel like you want to tell me anything about anyone who's come here. I'd be really grateful if you could.
Yeah, geez, thanks.
And
Okay, so during the planning of this thing, do any of you have any wind spells?
I do.
I do not.
Well, I suggest that to set the mood, set the atmosphere, all the candles should be blown out first before the spooky goes.
Yeah, Don has a druid craft, and that makes it like a small little, puff of wind, right? Like nothing to blow you over,
You
but
can do that with Druidcraft.
yeah, I think before
I
he
just
leaves,
realized that Alcana also has a lightning thingy with Bob now. Witch Bolt.
but yeah, oh my god. Okay, so the room, before he leaves the closet, right? Don gets his little outfit ready. He casts Druidcraft, and I think his first victim will be the girl that was alone.
On the top floor.
Yeah, in the attic. Because, I'm going to work my way down. Like, I'm going to get her to run out. She'll warn them. I'll spook those three all together. They'll run down. I'll spook them all downstairs. They'll all run out of the house. It's brilliant.
So you see that she's still up there as you kind of just very carefully knock open just to slit in the door, engrossed in these letters that she's seems to be reading over.
Can I cast Druidcraft and have letters kind of fly all over the place?
Um,
Or
that
fly
seems like
just
a little much for just one gust of wind, but like definitely like blowing it out of her hand, I think you could do.
Yeah, I'll do that. Like more in front of her. Like maybe on maybe she's sitting on the bed, right? Like
Yeah.
off the bed in front. Yeah.
Yeah, as you're doing that, you sort of cast this magic, and suddenly this letter flies out of her hand, and she starts to look around. So Dawn, are you trying to like stay hidden right now? What state are you in?
I am I'm invisible.
So you cast invisibility right after you cast that cantrip?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, her head darts around and you go invisible right at that moment.
And the moment and the moment she starts to walk forward to like pick them all up, I kinda get in position with like the jacket and everything are right behind her on top of the bed. And I start swishing around and I wait for her to turn around.
Have you got a jacket or have you got that cloak?
Which is scarier?
That's up to you.
I think a cloak's pretty scary.
All right, so you kind of let loose the cloak that you've been holding and has been invisible with you, and kind of lift it up with one of these rods. And she turns around. Roll either a performance or an intimidation with advantage.
Yay! I'm an intimidating gal.
Double that one. Double that one. Come on. Damn it.
Yeah!
What?
Human! Be gone from my domain! Woo!
Why does a ghost have such a tiny, cute voice? And she kind of ducks down, and she looks like she has no idea what to do. She just kind of huddles into a ball among these papers.
Go before I put a curse on your family!
No, they just finally contacted me. And she just kind of gathers up all of these papers and sort of dashes out of the room down the stairs.
All right. Victim one down. I go to the other room.
You sort of flit after her and you hear her kind of pounding down the stairs. You see the guy and the other young woman sort of peek out the open doorway as she rushes past, though not seem to take much interest. And Notrix, Heather looks a lot more concerned as she sees the other girl rush out. She says, "What, Linda? What are you doing? What the hell's going on?"
And Dawn was like, he kind of wants to sneak up on those kids. How easy is it to like get in there without them noticing?
It's the way that I'm interpreting this is like you're able to sort of gather up and bundle the cloak to you, in which case it's part of your carried equipment and is invisible with you, but you can also hold it out in front of you with the stick, in which case it's not invisible. So
smart.
yeah,
Okay.
I think
So-
that's kind of how it would work, but you can't really, if you're visible, sneak in because this guy is just sort of just sitting right there in the doorway.
So I'll make the cloak invisible, like, huddle it close to me. And then I'm gonna fly between them and like the wall, so that the door is very accessible to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll unleash it and immediately just go, humans, get out of my home or else. Woo!
Get out of my home or else. Woo!
Yep.
Roll another performance or intimidation. This time I'm not going to give you advantage.
Man,
20.
I mean,
It's 'cause
Don
I
has an
stuttered, isn't it?
impossible intimidation, and he
yay!
And he what? What? Eh, Mr. Vould?
That's right. Now go! Woo!
Why? Why are you a floating cloak? Oh, God, I don't understand what's going on, man.
You better run before you soon understand.
Oh, okay. Eh, will I get paid if I do that?
Yes, now go!
All right, all right. And he gets up and sort of half stumbling, it looks like one of his legs has fallen asleep, starts running down the stairs. You see the other girl in the room, she is just staring at the ceiling this whole time. No response at all.
Boo! Hello?
Her eyes kind of half focus on you. What?
Just get out. Can you go?
Oh. And she
Come on,
kind
you
of
can do it.
turns over on this cushion and kind of buries her face in it.
All right, whatever. You can stay. It's fine. It's fine. he then flies out, and he's gonna go to phase 2.
Yeah, downstairs, Heather. What the hell is going on here? Why did the two of them just rush down? Wait, weren't there more of you when you came in?
And I want to immediately cast thunder up here. Boom!
All right, you cast Thunder Wave, and all of you feel the house rumble. You even hear like a couple of what seems like creaks of splitting wood. Whatever, by sheer force of will that's keeping this house up, this has shaken it. You see like pictures fall off the walls. If there are pictures still hanging places, one of the windows breaks. This is like a seismic effect, Doppler effect almost. Not Doppler effect, what am I saying? But at any rate, it like sends shockwaves through the whole house.
Yes, then I go invisible
and,
again? Yeah.
before the shockwaves dissipate, I think Logi's going to make his first strike on the lock of this. With the mace makes sense, doesn't it? Because it's like a blunt weapon.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a chest. It's not like it's going to move anywhere, so that hits. You sort of try to smash into it. You see that you've definitely left a dent on the lock, but it's still holding fast.
Can I spend a point of foresight to tell Logi that if he needs more time to like knock twice or something?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, you're only in the first phase of this, so like, he still has a couple blows.
Yeah, true. Alright, he's gonna just thunder one more time, and then he's gonna turn invisible and go downstairs and try to scare Heather now.
Yeah, there's another thunder, and Heather looks towards you, Notrix, and then to Alcana. I guess Nia's there too. Sort of trying to read your faces. I'm going to need two of you to make performance checks for me. Between Notrix, Nia, and Alcana.
Hey, you two can do it.
What's your bonus to it?
Nothing. I know you're both better.
I have a +2.
Yes, I know you're both better. And Zori, I think your mic is muted.
Oh, whoops. I'm just thinking that all this time Arcana looks like she's just barely suppressing an aneurysm.
Actually, does Nina even know that Don can go invisible? I don't think he
Probably
ever
not.
used it while they were working together.
I think once during the cave, but I doubt she noticed.
Yeah, but we're saying that Don managed to sneak down and inform you all of this plan, so I'll say Nia's in the know whatever's happening right. So Nia and Alcana, roll performance checks for me.
This is going to go terribly wrong.
So she kind of looks between Nia and Alcana, and wait, is something going on? I don't. What was that? What the hell was that?
Human Heather! Be gone from my fortress! Or I will cast a curse upon you! Ooh!
What the hell is that? What the hell are you people doing? What's going on?
All right, Don. Excuse me. Go ahead and roll another intimidation. No advantage this time because they didn't get quite high enough to give you advantage on this. And she
Wait, can I add like 3 to that with the foresight?
I mean, if you want to add enough foresight to make that a success, sure you can. You'll have to use, let's see.
3 points.
Yeah, you'll have to use 3 foresight.
I can do that. Yeah.
Don't waste the foresight. What are you kidding?
No, this is
I
good.
have an idea. What if Arcana does a mock exorcism to save this mess?
Try it.
Yeah,
Go
try
for it. I want to see it.
Stupid undead. Get out of here, foul spirit! And with that, she'd kind of like hold out her holy symbol with just this kind of like knowing look of, Don, please play along with this. I'm trying to save our asses here.
Oh. No, human! You must leave! Ooh!
What the hell are you
Not
people
afraid of
doing?
You.
And I think while this is happening, Logi's going to make his second strike on the chest.
All right, Logi, let's see that attack. Yeah, you knock into it again. It feels a little bit loose, though it's still not quite giving.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Arcana, roll a deception check.
20, 20, 20, 20.
Nice.
Arcana
Look.
is a very bad liar.
I've put up with all of your bullshit for long enough.
And you see she picks up one of the bottles from the ground and just tries to toss it right at you, Don. Does that hit your AC?
No.
Yeah, it barely just swings past you, misses it. And she says,
What is this? How have you done this? What the hell are you doing?
I'm unkillable, human! Ooh.
Yeah,
You see-
ghosts aren't usually affected by physical damage like that.
You better run or else I will kill you all!
This is not a goddamn ghost.
Yes,
What?
it is!
Well, then what is it?
I don't know. You people just storm in here, say that you know Vould, say that you have to check around. I don't even understand what you people want, what you're doing, and then this nonsense happens.
You see her grab a broom from like under a pile of detritus in one corner and start to kind of almost jab it towards you, Dawn.
Oh
Uh,
shit.
Dawn, I will let you make one more intimidation check, but this time it has disadvantage.
Oh no.
Oof.
Ah.
Oh, well, I rolled insight for her again, and you did manage, even with disadvantage, to beat that. And so she's not convinced you're a ghost. Clearly, she still thinks this is some bullshit, but you see her kind of think twice as she's about to jab you with this broom handle. And she's like, I don't understand what is going on, what you people want, who you are. But just leave, all right?
No, you leave. Ooh.
And then I'm thinking that Alcana would probably try and telepathically communicate with both Nia and Dawn and say, I think we might have basically lost our last shred of credibility. Let's try and wrap this up now.
And while this is still happening, Logi, annoyed at not being able to smash this lock, is going to bring out his knife and he's going to shoot the lock.
This is a terrible
I'm
idea.
sure this is going to work perfectly well. No
Get out!
problem at
Fucking
all.
hears a gunshot from upstairs.
Wait, you're gonna attack it twice.
Hey, I think I have an idea. It's kind of dumb.
Oh, hey, I
Yeah?
can attack twice with my action, so I guess I'll do.
Wait,
Oh,
why haven't
hey.
you been doing that with the mace the whole time?
Because
Well, it's not his packed weapon.
Oh, that's right.
invocations are a thing.
Yeah.
Hell
you
yeah.
just frustrated. Or why don't you tell me what it looks like, Logi, as you shoot this chest open?
Explain, fool.
Oh no,
Logi?
is Acer with?
Yeah.
I accidentally let go of the push to talk button.
Oh.
I think he's going to calmly sigh, put his mace back wherever it belongs, summon his packed muskets, and then just, without hesitation, bam, bam, right on the lock, which explodes in a shower of splinters, I guess.
Yeah, that lock just explodes in a shower of splinters, and almost by the force of it, the chest like half reels back and the lid just swings open. Meanwhile, downstairs, as these two bangs come from upstairs, Heather like half screams and, "What the hell is going? Just go! What? I don't know why you came here. Just go!"
Those were my ghostly boots on the ceiling. Ooh.
What's in the chest then?
So Logi, as you come over to the chest, you see that there is what look to be more papers, kind of uh, loosely organized into a series of folios. And then to the side of that, there appears to be a what seems to be a purple silk robe and this very strange looking tiara thing, uh, along with a couple of actually a series of candles, sort of burnt down, but you see that like the wax has caked on them and almost completely obscured the candle holders. But at least one of those candle holders, and it's not really anything that unusual, but seems to be made of ashgel marble. It's what you'd expect here. Uh, but another one of them seems to be made out of a familiar sort of smoky brown, almost tourmaline colored crystal. The other ones are so obscured by the wax that you can't tell exactly what they are.
How much of this can I just pocket here and now without trouble?
Take the tiara.
Like how? I know it's a big chest, but like, is it that much stuff that I can't carry it?
Have you still got the bag of molding with you?
I don't think we specified who has it.
Well, Don was struggling to carry it, so he couldn't have been carrying it all this time and doing all the crap he's been doing.
Ah, yeah. I guess I have it.
Yeah, so a bag of molding is not a bag of holding. You could probably fit all this stuff into the bag of molding, however, it'll still have like the same weight of all that stuff. It'll probably, weigh you down. I'm gonna say that to put it all in there, it might burden you slightly, but you could probably get most of the stuff in there. If you're not using the bag of molding, then you could maybe grab like a few of the folios and the tiara.
I guess I'll just use the bag of molding then.
Yeah, you kind of shove these things in there until the bag is almost bulging, even though you can't, once you put it in, you can't quite see exactly where it is as it disappears into its depths. And yeah, empty as much of that chest as you can, which ends up being most of it. And then what do you do, Logie?
Okay, I look out the window.
You look
I
out the
find
window.
a suitable spot. Well, actually, before I look out the window, I'm going to close the chest again. And
Do you close all the chests to make it look a bit tidier?
yeah. I'm not sure how I can make this look better.
With a giant gunshot through one of them.
Yeah. I guess I will. This is so stupid. I will cut myself and write in blood, as if I am a ghost, like
Oh, he's selling it. What are you gonna write, buddy?
ooh, what will be most fitting?
You have been warned.
You have been warned.
Red
Okay.
rum, red rum, red rum.
Red rum.
Red rum.
Okay, red drum.
Okay, you write red rum in blood on this study. And then as you look out the window, or do you write this on the window?
Actually, the window would be better, wouldn't it?
All right, you write red rum in blood on the window.
Okay, and I'm going to hang on. I am also going to what can I do to make this more creepy?
I mean, go for subtly, my dude. What?
I know. You see, I have 2 mourner costumes, so I'm going to leave a mourner mask on the desk.
Horrifying.
All right, you take out that beaked mourner mask, place it on the desk. You have red rum written in blood. I say you take 2 damage from cutting yourself and writing that.
Okay.
Actually, no, it would be more than 2 damage. I'd say it's probably at least 1 for each letter. So let's say 6 damage.
It's like getting a paper cut. Ow.
Ah, okay. Finally, I'm not sure what people are going to think with this. So, I guess I can't actually do anything else. So Loki's going to walk up to the window, find a suitable spot on the ground below to teleport to.
Yeah, I mean, your teleport it's got quite a bit of range on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like 500.
Yeah, so you can easily teleport, out of sight of the mansion itself if you want, or, out of sight of most of it.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that.
Yeah, you look out the window, you concentrate, and a second later, bam, you're among a rocky outcropping just out of sight of where any of the windows to Vold's manse are. Meanwhile, inside, Heather's saying, "Why are you still here? Just get out, get out."
Let's get out now, she says telepathically quickly to the others before turning to Heather. I am so incredibly sorry, madam.
You have been warned! And I just drop it.
John, stop it! And yeah, Elkanah definitely leaves swiftly. And she sort of gets out and looks like she is almost but not quite ready to rip out her hair.
Nia stays in a little bit longer just to see what Heather's going to do, but she kind of, just stands in the corner pretending not to be there, I guess.
It seems like Heather is just, she doesn't know what to do at this point. Everything has kind of gone to shit.
I mean,
Nia,
the place was already.
before... Dad, what were you saying?
Oh, never mind, go on.
Oh, you were going to say this place is already kind of shit? Yeah. Nia says, you, might want to check upstairs.
Yeah, all right, I'll do that. Fine.
Well, hi. And she leaves.
I
Hmm.
guess not.
Can I? Do I roll for how convincing of a ghost author clue layer?
I think that's up to me to decide. I don't think that there's a lot of leeway for writing red rum and blood and leaving a mourner mask, to do it especially artfully or not artfully. So,
Depends on the angle you leave the mask at.
yeah,
Oh,
maybe
you
you'll
also
learn
leave-
later what the aftermath is.
did he also leave blood on the mask?
Like on the eyes.
I would assume
Yeah.
probably he was using the same hand, right?
Just also sprawl just random. Oh, sorry, we're already out of our stuff.
But either way, I imagine we all group up, right?
Yeah, as you
Yes,
guys
with a very
sort of
exasperated looking Elkanah.
head down the hill, you spot Logie kind of half behind an outcropping with this bulging bag of molding, sort of half dragging it.
Well, did you get the stuff?
I sure
Yes,
hope that what you found was worth it, because that's going to be such a mess to clean up. Did
Well-
you really think of no other simpler way to do that?
I don't know. I thought it went pretty well.
I mean,
Mhm.
if the house was really sold to the bank, and those kids are there illegally anyway, so I mean,
Yeah, they're not gonna do nothing.
Yes, I guess we can hope they don't go to any authorities because that would expose their own squatting, I suppose.
And
You
the
do have a
drugs.
point. I suppose that I've seen crazier.
Yes, well,
oh,
I think I would have done something not as drastic, but I guess it worked. We got. Well,
Well,
So, why the whole ghost thing? Why did you decide to do... And what was with the gunshot? Did you break a lock?
What was with the gunshot? Okay, well, yeah, I was trying to pick a lock, and it wouldn't break. So we decided that it'd be best to try to, you know, get it open by force, but that'd make too much noise. So I decided to distract some of you guys, or some of these guys, with a ghost. Cause what's more distracting?
Nia looks at Don, squints. I always knew Alistair would make a terrible teacher.
What? What do you mean?
Well,
I'm like,
Elkanah just kind of looks Logie and Don's way. I hope you found something significant enough to warrant all of that trouble.
it's actually surprising how much significant stuff we found, to be honest.
Well then, why don't you tell us?
Right. I'm not sure if I have remembered to write all, but let's see. Logi mentions the giant glass, the papyrus documents, the book, the signet rings.
Ooh. Wait, rings from what houses?
Do we recognize any of the symbols?
Nia takes them out because,
Yeah,
well, because she has a proficiency in history, I guess. That's why. Sure, let's go with that.
well, Nia, as you pull them out, you don't even need to roll. You do recognize some of these. Um, hold on. Finding my thing. But yeah, there are a few, several that you don't recognize, but also a number of them that you do that actually seem to be linked to, yeah, noble houses in Kandarin. There's, oh, my notes are
So many clicks.
my notes are horrible. I can't find the names of the houses. There they are. Uh, yeah, you see that there is one that seems to have come from House McGruber. There's one that seems to come from House Arcturus. Uh, you see that there is one that seems to come from that is actually not a noble ring, but seems to be linked to one of the guilds, to Guild Marciandur.
And is this something that it would be expected for him to have as part of his job as a barrister, or is this something odd for him to have?
It's definitely odd for him to have all these. He
Wait.
should really only be linked to House Hallgraf.
I was about to ask, is there one for House Hallgraf in there?
No, there is not.
Okay, what about any of the Asgardian ones? Because she's been into Asgardian. If there's any Miscellanean ones, she wouldn't know shit. Should I roll history for that, or?
I. Hmm. I'd say that, yeah, she might recognize a couple that seem to come from maybe smaller knightly houses in Asgarnia. I don't have a particular one written down, but yeah, I think you'd notice a couple that seem to come from there.
Okay. Oh, I was hoping for one from House Khazard, really, but well, still a couple of them here from Kandarin, which is surprising that there's so many from other places. About how many would you say that there are aside from the ones that she recognized?
I'd say you probably recognize a little bit more than half of them.
Oh.
Wow, there's still almost half of them left. What is he been doing?
That's the question of the day, isn't it? What else?
So, well, I also found this tiara.
Ooh! Nia
Now,
snatches it out of the bag, puts it on her head.
do we notice anything about the tiara-like symbols?
You can all gaze on it on her 5-foot tall head. It's perfect. It's the perfect height for you guys to look at it.
It's like a table.
You look at the tiara, there's something odd about its construction that you can't say exactly what. It looks very simple, very just plain to the surface. It's just kind of a single circlet with kind of almost like a diamond shape on the front. It seems to have been carved out of some kind of stone.
Let's see.
There's something, yeah, it seems almost uncanny about it, but you can't place exactly what.
Arcana, do you think anything of this was what you sensed?
Well, let's try it again. Detect magic again.
All right, once more, you cast Detect Magic, and you very clearly pull out that same energy that you detected before on the purple crystals that that Logi pulled out from one of the other chests. And you also detect something else, a different type of energy on this tiara, and then perhaps a lesser magic, a sort of an illusion and transmutation magic on that disc, that sort of lens, large lens that Loki found.
Is there anything
Actually, I
about
really
the
like this.
About the what?
is there anything was there anything about that crystal behind the post that was especially different from the ones we found here? Like, was it just
From
identical?
what you can put together, it seems like that crystal that was behind the poster is the same sort as these light purple crystals that Logi uncovered. I think Logi, perhaps you didn't immediately recognize it down below just because of sort of the quality of the room and the light in there. Well, I guess you have dark vision, but still, uh, I think that having more time to look it over as you did upstairs, you had more of a chance to become insightful about where you'd seen it before.
Hmm.
Is there a particular school of magic coming from the tiara, or
No, no, not one that you can, not one that's recognized.
Okay, well, what else was there? The candles? Did we talk about the candles?
Oh, yeah, you built out those candles. So you pull out the candlesticks, but as I said, most of them are just completely encrusted with this melted wax.
does it look like we could get the wax off to see anything more clearly about them?
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be too difficult to, just take like a blunt edge of a blade or something.
Oh, and
Do
I
you
think
think
that
it would be
Elkanah would sort of
possible?
start. Oh, sorry.
Do you think it would be possible to use Prestidigitation's clean thing? Like you instantaneously clean or soil an object no larger than 1 cubic foot. Does that count as clean?
You know, I guess technically it could, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that.
It also occurs to me that Elkanah should probably be looking at the stuff with truth too. Covering
So,
all of the bases.
so you prestidigitate away this wax, and it seems like there was some sort of a quality to the wax. You're not sure what, but it seemed to almost block the signature of these because as immediately as you clean them, Alkana, your detect magic picks up these odd symbols, magical symbols coming from each of them. One of
Well,
them, one of them seems to be, well, is very clearly carved out of Ashdale marble. One of them is that same uh, kind of light purple crystal as the other crystals that you have there. One of them seems to be made of this, mostly out of this almost like a rainbow agate sort of looking crystal with accents on it that seem to be in what look like quartz and onyx.
does that particular candle's crystals look familiar to Elkanah?
I think they do, yes.
And yeah, she would probably zero in on that.
Let's see, how many is that? That's 3 so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of them seems to be made out of a very now familiar looking smoky brown tourmaline crystal. Uh, one of them, I'm sorry, I have to check my notes again. one of them seems to be made out of this almost pearlescent material. Uh, and then the last one, it looks to be made out of almost like just this pure glass. But as you look through it, it seems like, well, you'd expect it to be clear, like just holding it up without examining it, it seems to be clear glass, but looking through it, it seems like any like object that you behold through it seems to appear through it very darkly. It's difficult to, it's sort of almost mind-bending to work out how it can seem so clear and yet everything through it can appear so dark at the same time.
What else was there?
Oh, you guys never
No,
went back to steal the gun, did you?
What?
Wasn't there something else you guys wanted to go back to steal?
No, I think the only thing we left behind was the one crystal behind the poster.
That one, yeah.
Oh, did you want to look at the thing with truth?
Yeah, basically give everything a sweep over with truth, and if anything looks especially different, zero in on that.
All right, you pull out truth. Give a look towards everything that is on here. And just at first blush, everything looks pretty much the same as it does in the material plane, except for one thing: the tiara on that diamond, sort of in the front. There's a symbol that is not there to the naked eye. A symbol that looks like that.
Oh,
Because of
nice.
course there is.
Of course there is.
And yeah, she would definitely exasperatedly relate that.
All these symbols.
What does that symbol mean exactly?
We have ideas, but not anything 100% certain.
It's very reoccurring, we'll say that.
Was there a robe as well?
Yeah, there was a purple robe with it. Silk purple robe. You pull it out. Doesn't seem to be anything magical to it. It's just this this robe. Try draping it over you. It seems kind of clingy.
Is it still in good condition?
Yeah, it seems like it's in pretty good condition.
Ah, excellent. I guess we'll save that for selling. Yeah. So all this stuff, too much for one person to carry. So how do we distribute it?
Just have Don pull all of it out of the bag of holding.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to use your Shadow Realm thing at all? Or do you think that's the same as using Truth at the end of the day?
I guess I can just check it out. So yeah. Well, actually, before he does, what was the thing I'll kind of look through where things look shadowy or well dark and stuff?
It was one of the candlesticks that it seemed to be made out of like a clear glass, and yet things were not quite as they would seem as you look through that stick.
Okay, I'll kind of hold that glass and take this disc as well.
Okay, and she would then do that.
Okay, I'm going to disappear, and I want you to tell me whether you can see me through either of them.
Okay then.
Do you actually disappear though? Doesn't time stop for everyone else?
I mean, I can take two actions.
I mean, we've been
course of
treating
one.
it as him disappearing into the shadow realm. I don't think time stops. I think it's just, I don't know, he's more efficient in the shadow realm.
I guess
Okay.
maybe time is different. Like everyone's moving in slow motion from his perspective.
Cause,
If he can do 2 actions in the space of 1.
I was picturing it as just like no one else notices he disappears because he's gone and back instantaneously. But that's just how it was in my head, I guess.
Well, I guess I'll try and poof.
And yeah, I'll kind of see if she can see Logie through those.
So, yeah, you can clearly see Logie through truth. You can see Logie. You can see the symbol on the tiara. You can see the writing on the papers. Um,
I mean, meant through
You
like the
hold
candle
up-
base and other things.
oh, the candle.
Yeah, the candle and then the looking glass. You already know truth works for that kind of thing.
Yeah. Wait, you're looking at the looking glass through truth, or you're using the looking glass and the candle to try to look to see Logie?
Warmer. I mean, the latter.
Oh, all right. Yeah, the candlestick. Um, while it's clear, it is still a figured candlestick, so it's not going to act like a lens, even in the best of states. But as you try to look through it, you don't get like a dark space in it where Logie would be. Nothing like that. As you look through the lens, you it's odd. You don't see that symbol on the tiara. You see writing on the papers. You don't see Logie, but you see what seems to be a Logie-shaped shadow on the ground. And as you survey all the equipment in front of you, there's another odd change there. That when you look at that seemingly glass candlestick through this lens, it looks like it's made out of wood.
It looks what? Huh?
What?
That's not wood. What? Well, Logie, I can see your shadow, but hey, come look at this.
I don't think he can hear you.
Can I see?
And yeah, the rest of you who look through that lens see the same thing.
What does this mean?
Does it look like a particular type of wood?
You can roll a nature check if you wish.
Sure, why not? I've been around a lot of trees.
Hey, I'm a
Okay,
druid.
Never mind, I ain't
Before-
been a lot around trees.
Before Logie pops out, is there anything that looks different from his perspective?
Just in the shadow realm, um, not really too much. You can actually see the writing on the papyrus, though it's a different color than it looks like when you look at it through through that lens. It's almost like a light blue.
Ah, okay. He'll just pop out again.
Nia looks through the thing at the candlestick and says, yes, this wood is made out of wood.
I did see your shadow through the looking glass thingy, mabob, but not much else.
Maybe there's different layers to these things.
Oh, yes, so many layers. So many layers.
Like an
It's like-
onion.
Yeah,
That was my
suppose
line.
it would be like an onion.
Yes, but is the Shadow Realm the center of the onion, or just the outermost shell of the onion?
I think we're the
what
center
realm?
of the onion.
Yeah, that probably makes more sense.
I think at this point we should probably turn the provisional badges back in and then try and sort out all of this to the best of our ability.
What badges?
The ones we got for like our, you know, things we got at the start of the session so we could have some semblance of officiality about this.
The start of the session, yeah. Okay, sure.
Yeah. Nia, then you remember, oh yeah, you were given a badge, but you can't help but feel somewhere in the back of your mind, you don't need no stinking badges.
Now, when you got a ghost on your side.
I feel like that's a reference to something because I feel like I should get it.
Hmm.
You don't need no stinking. I don't need no stinking badge.
I'm about to
It does
Google
sound
it.
familiar.
Gotta
And I
watch
guess
more Bogey.
since we've gone through all the items now, I think.
Well, there's one thing I'd like to
Uh,
try. Can Notrix have a look at the papyruses? Because all those alchemical symbols on them, and Notrix has had great success looking at alchemical things in the past. I don't know if he'll have more luck with that.
Sure. Roll either either a nature check or an herbalism check.
Herbalism? You mean the herbalism kit?
Yeah, yeah. I take that to mean, your proficiency with that sort of discipline.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you rolled last time for it, remember?
I just do the same as I did last time, yeah.
You look it over, and it is still very dense. It's difficult to follow. You do recognize a few things. You recognize that multiple times come up the alchemical symbols for steam, but it seems like there is more mention of like kind of the base work of this. It seems like there's a formula that appears a few different times. You can't really follow the formula exactly what it means, but that part of the foundation of that formula seems to involve like a sort of the constituent parts in what would be an archaic alchemical theory for the element of mud. And it seems towards the end of those notes, a lot of the references to steam get replaced with references to smoke.
Smoking kills, guys. Remember that.
And there's also, I think you'd recognize on that page, and it's a little difficult to make out because Don kind of doodled over it,
Oops.
but able to pick out that there are a few references to sort of other parties, to assistance. It seems like he had some kind of assistance with experiments into this alchemical exploration of steam.
I don't suppose Logie could give a description of the alchemical tools he saw in there. And I don't actually, that doesn't sound realistic actually. I'm wondering if Logie could recognize what it is.
Logie was pretty terrible at recognizing them, but I guess you could say like, there was this pear-shaped thing and this other glass thing.
Wait,
Yeah, but I think even if Logie describes it though, I feel like Notrix, Notrix may have some of that same basis in theory, that Notrix's practice of herbalism is very different from the more alchemical practice of potion or alchemy.
Okay, so how do we distribute this stuff? Like, I guess the robe can be carried by whoever because we're going to sell it probably.
Kind of a good memory, you know?
Good question.
We just split it like 6 ways. I
Yeah.
guess. It's not.
I mean, I'm not carrying much. I can carry a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Nia, since she was so interested, can probably have the signature.
Can I keep the tiara too?
So Nia gets all of the jewelry, is what you're saying. I think Elkanah might take the various candles in her bag.
I don't think Nia
Yeah,
should have
I
the
think-
tiara if she's going to wear it. I don't think
I can
that doesn't feel
take it
comfortable.
off.
And yeah,
Please.
Elkanah would probably want the bag of molding back now.
Oh, there you go. That's very, well, not useful, but you know, it was a good idea.
But yes, let's turn in our badges and, well, sort this out in, well, more comfortable surroundings.
Yeah. I guess Logi then is keeping the glass, the papyrus, and the book of and the scrapbook of plays.
Scrapbook of plays. Does there happen to mention any of the plays that let me look at my notes because I can't remember his name.
Is there anything
Uh,
Don can hold?
Who's
Got it.
got the candlesticks again?
Didn't Alcana say she was taking the candlesticks?
Oh, okay.
Is that all?
Oh, I guess Logi would take the purple crystals.
Yeah. Best to have you hold the crystals.
Oh, the plays was Wilkins Cauldron stuff in there.
I think Logi only really like skimmed through it, but I guess you could take a closer look just to check. Seems
Yeah, you've got time right now to look at it more closely. As you do, you find, well, as I said, there are several different handwritings that are transcribed into here on the handwritten pages. You're not sure if any of them are directly stuff that Wilkins Cauldron worked on, but you do see a few what seem to be almost draft pages of the glass maze.
interesting. Do I like? Are there any interesting differences between between the drafts and what I saw, or is it more like just like fluff and?
I was gonna say, is it the draft of what we saw, or what the rest of us saw, including Alistair, not Nia, or what Logi saw? Because didn't Logi see something completely different during that play?
Yeah, it's certainly not what Logi saw. It's definitely more drafts of the boring, inept production that the rest of you saw. Though, if anything, the pages in here seem a bit better written than the version of it that was performed.
Man, why'd they get rid of this theme? This would have been way better. Ugh.
Wait,
Oh well.
you guys saw Glass Maze?
Yeah, we saw it in Ardoin.
Yeah. Technically, yes. Practically, no.
Yeah, we kind of slept through all of it. It really wasn't interesting. All the themes were jumbled. There was no character development. Terrible.
Don, the art critic.
Yeah, really.
So you guys eventually march your way back through the crags into town, deposit your badges back with Nicholas, and head to your home base, which I guess is the Reese's household.
God, I hope they don't come looking for us there. Oh, it's gonna be such a big pain in the ass.
Well, about what time of day is it?
It's well into the afternoon by now, maybe late afternoon.
Why don't we have some tea?
Yeah.
Have some what?
More tea, Arcana?
Yes, I suppose that would be it.
You know, I kind of would have liked to have painted the area around Vould's house. It's not that bad looking, but I don't think they'll appreciate me coming around anymore. Not after what you pulled. She looks up at Dog.
Me?
Yeah, she's just like, what did I specifically say?
Listen, I'm not one to throw anyone under the bus, but I mean the chariot. But it was Loki's idea.
Alcana just looks at Loki with this kind of, what the hell were you thinking kind of expression.
Yeah, it was my idea.
I mean, we got what we wanted in the end, but we have got to try to stop getting on the very edge of disaster with these things.
From what I understand, that's kind of where your group lives.
Yeah, you say that again.
You're right, and I don't like it.
For example, well, actually, I don't know much about it at all because Alistair really kept that to himself. Juniper? Apparently, that was quite a disaster. Somehow.
And not something that I'm talking about in public, for many, many, many reasons.
Nia looks around the Therese's household, which consists of us and her parents. Public.
I'll say that at this moment, you guys have this room to yourselves.
Yeah, what kind of tea is it? Out of curiosity.
And how good is it? Is it a good cup of
It
tea?
is a blend of Felstock and Terramin, which is sort of a... Well, it's a specific blend that would have originally sort of been at least conceived of in Mauritania, though the actual herbs wouldn't have come there. It's sort of like this sort of like... I suppose it's almost like a kind of like earthy minty chai.
Well, I guess dirt water is something that would appeal to dwarves.
Ah, but
Is
it's not
what I
dwarf
would
weed
say
tea.
if I was racist towards dwarves, which I'm not because I am.
Because you're an upstanding human being. Or dwarf being.
Half human being.
Half human being.
And Elkanah just kind of sighs. Well, that's technically true, but if honest, a lot of it is because I don't even know where to begin with talking about it, for a lot of it.
Yeah, it's kinda a touchy subject.
Yes. I suppose there is one thing I could say. Hey, that might make a little bit of sense of why talking about it is hard. And she sort of takes a deep breath. Well, a certain someone quite dear to me ended up passing away there.
That makes a lot more sense. See, Alistair gave freely of most of his thoughts, but after mentioning that you guys went to the Isle of Juniper, he skipped right into Ardoin, and that was kind of weird.
Yeah, I kinda get why.
Though, from what I understand, he was not he was planning to come back to Ardoin, but not until he had enough people. And he wasn't even there when we, did the whole thing with the mourners, so.
Well, you know how he got there, right?
He was dragged off by a damn bounty hunter for knowing too much. It was just one disaster after another. I'm not even sure how I made it out through all of it.
Because you're strong. At least, that's what Alistair says. All the time.
Aww, she can't help but blush a little at that.
You really don't understand how that man feels about you, do you?
He's not exactly the best at expressing it, to be fair. Though, really, neither am I.
I did not know one human being was capable of showing that much love for another. Let me put it that way.
Well, that's, well, where a lot of different truths started to come out.
Ha! I get it, because the sword is named Truth. That's cute.
Yes, although I've found that that name is definitely a little bit more than just a pretty symbol. I'm unsure of just, well, how much to say of it, but I think I might as well distill the gist of it. The reason I thought I was going there, and the reason I was actually there, well, they were two very, very, very different things.
Well, all that matters now, really, I guess, is that... Actually, I don't know what. We came here to see Vould's house, right? We've seen Vould's house.
Yes, and while we found a lot of clues, I don't think we got a lot of answers.
Well, Nia, I don't suppose when you found the location of his house, did you also find the location of his mine?
Well, we knew that he had a mine, right? So Nia would have asked when she asked about the house.
Yeah, I think you would have found that maybe not an exact breakdown of everything, but sort of just the public records of privately owned plots within the Ashdale mining operation. However, I'll say, Logie, you also got several folios worth of papers that you never really checked from that last chest. And as you're going over them, sort of here in this room while Nia and Alcana are speaking, you realize that some of them do actually cover illegal legal implications of his ownership of a section of the mines.
No, you can tell Okana just kind of takes a deep breath. Well, sorry this is hard, but I need to say something of it in some form, but let's just say I found out that this person was, well, looking into a lot of things that, well, didn't even tell anybody that you think you normally would. And a lot of that, well, a lot of it is still being looked at as we speak, but many elements of it are quite familiar to what we're looking into now. Lots of familiar symbols, even some papers from a certain notorious Hanma house.
Yeah,
And-
never heard of it.
Well, the whole reason that bit of research even existed was, well, apparently because of me. And she just kinda I guess she just kind of looked down a bit, glanced up towards, like, Nontrix had done, like, hey, you kind of know a bit more about what's going on with this. You definitely tell that it's just a case of, I know this is hard, but it needs to be said, at least, even imperfectly.
I think, actually, Nia goes over to Logie and kind of looks over the papers that mention more about the mines. Is there anything particular about these mines that are, I don't know, where he owns that are special?
From what you're able to tell just from a glance over, it seems like a lot of his business is mediated through this one particular office. And I think you're able to put together that there's one sort of a plot and claims office that manages all of the smaller private mining interests in Ashdale. Sort of almost like a government office that, manages these private things that usually have to use some of the public facilities. A lot of the records here are just sort of unsignificant, sort of unspectacular records, invoices, things like that. But they all seem to stop at a certain point, and that point is actually a fair bit before the date when you know he was supposedly imprisoned for murdering his family. So
Mhm.
you're not sure what the deal is there.
Oh, and
Yeah,
I
it
will
seems
say,
like a lot of the concrete evidence is probably within that office.
and I'd say that throughout this, Elkanah is sort of going between glancing at truth and playing with that particular, well, rainbow agate studded with onyx crystal candle holder for whatever reason. Like just occasionally fidgeting with it.
So, whatever the mines were that Vould owned, obviously there's got to be something special about them, or else he wouldn't have owned them. The part that he owned. And apparently most of that evidence would be with the people that he bartered this through, I guess you could call it.
Well, I think the evidence would be in the mine itself.
That too. Though I'm not so sure we want to go snooping around his mine after the results of us snooping around his residence.
Well, maybe there'll be less people at the mine. It's people that make things complicated.
At least less druggies, you know?
Though it seems a little late. Well, I assume it seems a little late. You said it was late afternoon.
Yeah.
Should we go tomorrow, or should we go during the night, where nobody will be there?
During the night, where no one will be there.
Can you guys see in the dark, too?
I got a spell.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I used a few, too many spells during that whole, ghost shebang, but I should be fine.
So you guys are waiting until the nighttime and breaking into the private claims and plot office.
The office.
I thought we were going to the mines, but
Yeah,
oh,
the
you're going
mines.
to the mine.
Yeah.
well, is there a specific location that is given to us about where he owns?
Hmm.
I don't think you'd have like a specific location. You'd have like the general region, but I don't think that you'd easily get the public information on where specifically that plot is, its bounds.
Well, I mean, could we spend foresight to say we didn't hand back in those badges yet? Because that's the kind of thing I was getting the badges for. Like, going to the claims office and asking, oh, we'd like to investigate this mine, please.
Yeah, I don't think handing those back was the best idea. I agree.
Hmm.
Okay, I'll let you guys spend 2 foresight to say that the whole group still has their badges.
Well, I can spend 1.
I'll do the other one.
You know, guys, this mine might actually be very important. You see, when we thought that they were talking about the one who lives in the mine, they were actually talking about the one who lives in the mine.
They had an accent and pronounced the
Oh.
D.
Yeah. Yun Lo had an accent.
Yeah, he did.
So it's a dwarf in the mine. That's who lives in the mine.
Yun transcribed it as mine because he was so unsure.
So these mines are the last thing of Vould that's on Ashdale that we can investigate,
That we know of.
that we know of. Alright.
Yeah. That. Well, I suppose there's definitely less of chance of squatters, and, well, I'd be a bit more, at least generally familiar with how caves work around here.
Caves.
Natrix smiles.
So, is your plan to wait until midnight and then go snoop around the mines and see if you can figure out which one is Vold's plot?
If we still have our badges, we could just as easily go ask, assuming they're still open, and ask them to tell them we want to investigate those particular plots of land because something, whatever we said about Vould beforehand. And then we can go there at night.
Yeah, we just want to do a quick look at the property because the man who owns it is linked to some crimes in Gandrin. I want to make sure there's no condemning evidence here, basically. Same as the house.
Yeah. And like in a way, if we don't have any limitations the first time we go, we don't have to go again in the middle of the night.
I'm
Fair.
so proud of you. You're finally going to the authoritative figures and asking directly instead of trying to be shady.
Isn't it ironic?
We
The
can
only other
Isn't it
person who ever
ironic?
suggested this was Alistair, by the way.
We can only do that here because of our Connor's background. It doesn't really work anywhere else.
Yeah, we definitely couldn't do it on Ardoin. Definitely not in Ardoin.
I'm shedding a tear. I'm so proud of us.
Ah,
So, it is later, evening, as you find yourselves in the office, which is not quite as ostentatious as this card would suggest, but it's the one I had available. The small plots and claims office of the Ashdale Marble Mine, the quarry. Now, much of the quarry is operated by the state itself, operated under the provision of the governor, and excuse me. It is sort of in the southern central portion of the island. While most of Ashdale is sort of the smooth limestone on the surface, it rests on a bed of striated brown metamorphic rock. The quarry is built onto sort of an inlet lagoon, and as you make the trek over this way, which is at least an hour out of town, already getting sort of into evening as you arrive, but I think you know Ashdale that they keep late. You'd know Alcana that they keep late hours here. There is still a flurry of activity. You see that there are these stepped terraces of stone cut away, these bold brown just stripes of Ashdale marble visible even from all the way up here, all the way down to the surface of the ocean, which is, well, as I said, an inlet, a lagoon. And it seems like there are actually flumes set up along the upper edges of this place that occasionally belch out streams of dirty water, like this slightly pungent rain that is used in the cleaning and polishing of the rocks before they are shipped out. And there is indeed a dedicated port for the quarry here. The office itself, though, is one of several in this small complex high up here overlooking the quarry itself. And your badges easily get you access into one of the back offices, where you see a small kind of middle-aged woman, her hair in tight, slightly graying curls, says, "Oh, yes, so you wanted to learn more about the Vould plot. I have this correct?"
Yes?
yes.
All right. Well, just pulling up my notes here. Yes. Well, this plot is currently no longer in the possession of Adrian Vould Esquire himself, but most of it is in fact held in trust.
Yes, we understand Fold's estate is in pieces right now, but we'd like to know as much as we can about what was going on and what's been happening with it, and its co-owner.
Its co-owner. Well, at this moment, the majority stake in this mine is being held by the Judicators Guild of Ardoin, with a minority stake held by, the Grey Forge. That is quite a big name for such a relatively small plot.
Immediate red flags in Alcana's mind. And
Ah,
Were you expecting anything else?
yeah, true. I mean, I was expecting it, but she said it.
I see. Do the Grey Forge own much land here, or is that their only plot here?
Oh, well, I mean, they own a little bit of something everywhere.
Of course.
Yes, there are a few other plots in which they hold partial ownership. Um, she's kind of going through this filing cabinet. I don't see anything on any plots where they are the whole and sole owners, but, well, I suppose they would need to be.
So,
curious.
since Vould's not abandonment. Since Vould, for the past year, since Vould no longer owns the land, have any of the other parties been using the land or anything, quarrying?
Oh, you want to know about specific transactions? Well, You see her kind of bite her lower lip. There are some irregularities with this contract here. I don't think that sort of information is actually publicly available. Actually, it seems that what shipments they have had, they seem to have dropped off precipitously from when Vould was the sole registered owner, and most of them, they don't actually list any parties to any sales made.
And you say this is a bit odd? Is that information usually available?
It usually is. Yes, I'm looking at this. Seems like most of Vould's personal papers went into the care of... They went into the care of the Judicators Guild. There's not a specific... Excuse me, not a specific final recipient. Though I do see one Matilda Hallgrive's name as a co-signer on a few of these. The final contract, though, there's no address, no liable biller. Oh, I see. It's a tram rag.
It's a what?
Oh, sorry, jargon. A tram rag. It was notarized on the pageant car of the cartographer's tramway, apparently as it passed through Trollheim.
That definitely sounds like somebody's trying to get around something.
Or the trolls took it.
It's a legal loophole occasionally used by dwarven businessmen. I'm sorry, I don't mean any offense. I just mean I think it's a specific thing pioneered by the Grey Forge.
Somehow I'm not surprised.
Yes, we were expecting some shadiness with this particular contract, we must admit.
Yes. Foul play was rather expected.
Yes, the pageant car is actually the private car of the of the leader of the Grey Forge, and the Trollheims are technically a stateless region, which means, at least by some legal interpretations, the Grey Forge is technically the highest legal authority there, as they operate the tramway, or, by certain definitions, the consortium. At any rate, it's a loophole that a small mining office on Ashdale, even if we had the weight of the governor behind us, would not really have the resources to challenge legally.
I see. Are there any records of Vould's use before he lost the property? Well, Was this just a standard quarry? Anything unusual about the shipments out of here?
Oh, well, I'll need to go into some of the older records if you hold for just 1 minute. She goes off, disappears briefly into another room, then comes back with a small stack of files. Let's see. It seems that this particular plot was in not exactly in high demand, but in a very specific demand. Let's see, there are a couple of orders in the last days of Vould as sole owner from a company in the Wushankos. I can't pronounce this name. I'm
Let me
sorry.
see it.
You look at it, and you realize that only looking over it for a couple seconds, it is
Is it?
a phonetic transliteration of what would be the name in Wushanko of the League of Excellence.
Oh my
League
god.
of Excellence. Damn it!
Da da da! Oh no.
Does this mean something to you? You seem to have reacted
Yeah.
to that.
Yes, let's just say that they don't exactly have the cleanest hands either. And that is quite. Oh dear lord, that is really a badly mangled transliteration.
Yes, don't get
Well,
too emotional, but that is unfortunate. Well, that is even more shady that those people are involved. Let's just say.
Yes, let's just say. Once again, the threads find themselves linking together.
as from what I can see, this order is very unusually small. Typically, you would not expect to see an order this small from directly from a quarry. You expect to see it from some other distributor on the mainland or maybe even in the Wushango. We do some business with places with some of the Khanates here. Not very much, but a little bit. But it seems like this order is very particular on the composition, the color, the structure. Yes, something meeting this standard of purity and figure probably accounts for only about 0.1% of the marble that's quarried here.
So what
This
kind
is
of
sounding familiar too.
quantity are we talking about? In something we can actually picture.
Oh, this is. Oh, far less than a ton, only about. Only about. Only about 10 kilograms.
Oh my god.
That's like
Oh,
small enough to
no.
carry.
As orders we usually deal with are in tonnage here.
I'm glad you're sensible enough in Ashdale to use metric.
Oh,
Damn
yes,
it.
I don't understand why they use that other system on the mainland.
And Alcana just kind of looks at Don and Notrix like, I am fairly certain you know exactly what this means.
Oh yeah.
I think we might have just potentially found the pretty significant argument for going back out east with that.
Yes. Actually, one of these last deals that has Vould as the sole owner has another signatory, one Hector Salm. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. But this seems to be about the point that, from the looks of this, it seemed like the Grey Forge brokered the transfer of ownership. Yes, we can't get any more information about where the shipments may have been going now without speaking to the head of the Grey Forge directly, and that's certainly not going to happen.
Yes. Well, is there anyone
It's-
who unofficially off not records? Sorry. Is there anyone who keeps track of this stuff, not on the record, like a dock worker who might see these shipments going in or out, and might know where they come from.
I don't have any information about that. As far as I know, they should use the same quarry docks that the rest of the stone shipments here use. I don't know if any of the dock workers there would have reason to know or take notice if the shipment that they're dealing with specifically comes from that mine or not.
So a dock worker wouldn't remember what materials come from what specific parts.
I mean, as I said, we generally deal with tonnage here. There are regular shipments every day.
I see. Well, I assume there's also a transaction there from the Ardoin government, from
Well, yes, that is this final deal that has Hector Saum as one of the signatories. It does seem to be. Oh, this is a very large order, and it's not actually directly from Vould's mine. That there is an order for about a ton of unsorted marble from the mine, but that it actually pulls several tons from other sources, including from the governor's mine. Yes, this was well. Oh, yes, how can I forget? This is one of the largest orders we've had.
Yeah, so doing some quite large construction over in Ardoin at the time. So it didn't just come from Vould's mine then.
So you're familiar with it?
Yes, we are
More familiar than I'd like to be.
Yes, we
As
visited
well
it.
as familiar with the building.
Well, I doubt you could build an entire structure only out of any other sort of marble, certainly not white marble or gray marble, no. Ashdale marble may not always be the prettiest, but, well, I'm proud that from this little island we get such an important building block all over the world.
Well, is that all that is significant about the prior records?
Well, is there anything more specific that you wanted?
Well, what kind of other places was it being shipped? Is there anything? Are there any places that it was shipped besides the places you've already mentioned?
Let's see. Most of it seems to be smaller orders for unsorted marble from, it seems like more contractors, small builders, architects, largely in Asgardia and Mistalin. It's where a lot of the business comes from here. Probably not from large municipal projects, but probably things more going towards the construction of private homes, things like that. There's another more particular order that seems to come from Varrock. Let's see, it seems to be linked to one of the houses there. But yes, nothing else, well, at least that would strike me as out of the ordinary compared with the rest of the traffic that we do here.
Where is the plot that was owned by Vould located exactly?
Oh, it is actually a little bit further back in the mines. You see that it has actually a largely man-made lagoon excavated over years and years. This mine has actually been here in some form or another far longer than the town of It is in the older part of the mines towards the back, actually down one of the shafts. You see, most of it is open, cut step construction on the mines, but this is one of the older, well, mine shafts. Gets deeper into the core of the isle. That's where you find some of the rarer figures of marble.
Is it possible? Is it possible you could investigate the site itself?
I suppose so. I'm not sure if there's active mining going on there right now or not, but well, you seem to have your badges, your certifications. I don't see why not.
Yes, we wouldn't be doing our due diligence if we didn't investigate all possible angles of this
And well,
case.
you've already given us more than you know.
All right. We actually have maps of the mine right here. Let me just mark off its specific location. Though, as I said, this is currently owned by the Judicators Guild of Ardoin and the Grey Forge, so, well, just between you and me, I'd suggest you clear out if Grey Forge officials are there with the mine. Well, you don't want to end up on their bad side.
Yeah, well, we at least have connections with the Judicators Guild. That shouldn't be an issue.
Oh, good, good. Oh, yes, well, I suppose you said there's some kind of a criminal activity in Ardoin, then you have to have some sort of link. Very well. And she marks off pretty clearly where this space is in the mines.
Is it safe to just waltz on over there? We don't have to look out for mining operations in progress.
I'm pretty sure the miners would be home by now. I
It's
doubt
really
that.
at night.
Well, there are actually, it's kind of later in the evening, but there are a few places where they have these sort of lime lights set up in different parts of the quarry where they actually do some nighttime mining. You guess that it sees enough traffic here that they can't afford to just shut it down entirely at night, at least for some of the larger plots. But it seems like most of the miners, they don't take much notice of you. They don't stop and stare. If you're wandering through the mines and sidestepping pickaxes, the assumption is that you've got some reason for doing that.
Yeah, I guess we follow this map and we just make our way over to the shaft that we need to find a way down.
Yeah.
It's a very pretty mine shaft, though.
I was about to say. Whew. Very watery mine shaft.
Yeah, well, it's sort of on a lagoon. There's water below you.
Yeah.
But you, make your way to this spot that this woman, this clerk, has marked for you. And it is actually quite a distance from any of these illuminated portions of the mine. You probably have to light up a torch or something to see your way as you continue on. And you get to a place where it seems like you're away from the flumes, you're away from the kind of more modern infrastructure and tech of this mining operation, to where you see that there is this large, what looks like some kind of a redwood beam set up, which must be quite old, or at least it has the look of being very weathered, and you know that there's no redwood growing on the island, so it must have come in from somewhere else. But there is a string of kind of hanging lanterns that are currently not lit going into it, disappearing into the depths. But it seems like down this way, there are a number of smaller kind of shafts, tunnels that are each owned by private interests, and one of the larger ones towards the back of this shaft, is going to be Vould's.
Wait, are they vertical shafts or horizontal shafts?
It seems like it starts out horizontal, and then just going a bit forward, like it goes into sort of a somewhat steep angle. And there are actually like handholds that have been sort of dug into, chiseled out of the walls. It going a little bit forward, it seems like it goes almost like at 45 degrees heading down. And these other shafts going off, you're unsure if they become vertical, if they stay horizontal or what.
And all the lanterns are off. There's not a single lantern lit anywhere here.
Yeah, it seems like they've all burnt out at this point. You get the impression that probably what mining work excavation has done here probably shuts it down a fair bit earlier than some of these other more active modern parts of the mine.
Okay, it sounds like we don't have to worry as much about interrupting people.
That's good.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't want any chumps getting in the way.
Okay, so who here doesn't have dark vision? Or cave vision? Don, I think you're the only one.
Yeah. Wait, you have dark vision?
Huh.
Huh.
That's odd.
Well,
Yeah.
I got a
can see
spell.
it like it's just normal old daylight.
How did we suddenly all have dark? How did this happen all of a sudden?
Because on Ashdale, none of us did, so I decided, fuck it, I want dark vision now.
Yeah, it is kind of useful, and there is, of course, the meme. But anyways, back to the action.
Yes.
Yes.
I guess. Well, okay. Here's the thing. I only have one spell slot for dark vision.
Well, that's perfect.
You
You're
will
the only one
pay
who
the
needs it.
price for your lack of vision.
Just do it, damn it.
Well, you can upcast it. Like you should have level 3 spell slots, don't you?
I do.
So you can use those if you're really desperate.
I'm gonna use a level 3 spell slot. There we go.
But I mean, no, use your level 2 one for now, but you can use level 3 if you're desperate. Are you desperate right now?
No.
Yeah, just. But
Alright, then.
if you need more,
Yeah. Nice.
it
and
lasts
easy
for
too.
8 hours. I don't think you'll
Damn.
need more.
And I'm like, no. Everyone has dark vision, right? Including,
Yes, now
I
we
have
all
cave
do.
vision.
Now y'all do. Wait, why does Nia have it again?
Oh, she just does.
Nice.
Okay.
Ah,
So, I suggest that we, go have a look down this shaft, and if we do run into anyone, please just don't
Don't kill them.
don't make a fuss. If there are Grey Forge people down here, well, I suggest we don't run afoul of them.
I'm just saying, I feel like the ghost bit would work way better down here.
It probably would.
deep in the.
We got 2 of us here who speak Dwarven, so.
True. It should be fine.
You have this conversation as you guys are sort of having to half rappel down or just sort of lower yourself down the handholds. It's very difficult just walking cleanly down a 45-degree slope. You definitely have to support yourself against the walls. And you see that there are actually there's almost like a sledway that goes parallel to the walking path that seems to have like this rope and chain like pulley setup that seems to like drag these what you assume must be just carts or some sort of crates full of whatever's mined down here up the shaft and some kind of a winch at the top. Anyways, you guys make your way down through the dark until it gets cold, clammy, till every breath you take seems to echo almost unnaturally off of these walls and come back to you. That the overbearing silence of being within the earth starts to play tricks on your ears, unsure if you hear squeaks or flaps or steps or something beyond in the dark, till you finally get to the very end of this shaft where it actually the walkway becomes level once more, and you see in the darkness this a set of numbers that have been kind of carved into the wall crudely that you recognize as marking this particular plot that you know is the plot, at least formerly, held by Adrian Vould.
Well, we're here.
Yes. What exactly are we looking for here, though?
Well, I think that's Logi's area of expertise.
Any weird crystals?
Hmm.
You look around, there's nothing to immediately distinguish this as any different from the rest of the tunnels you've been walking through. As you step a little bit forward into this kind of roughly carved arch that marks this section of the mines, you almost have to jump back because you see that it does go down into what is a far more vertical shaft. And then you notice sort of the pulley system that has been fastened to the cave ceiling here that presumably lets down and raises up a full platform heading down this shaft.
Well,
Hmm.
seems there's no way but down.
Kind of weird being all the way down here.
So much under my own feet that I never knew of. Yet it all seems to link together. These same threads of fate.
If you think about it, there's probably more stuff underneath your feet than, well, around you.
Or above you.
Well, let's
Suppose-
just see what that is beneath our feet then.
I suppose
She
you'd be
would
the expert on that, Logi.
probably.
So, I'm not sure I quite followed, like, to get down here, do we have to go, like, one at a time?
Well, there is what must be a platform. There's a pulley, there's kind of a winch set up.
So, like, do we all go on and then it's easy enough to, like, turn the winch? Or is it more, it's like kind of a weight thing?
Presumably, someone would need to stay behind to operate it, though you haven't really interacted with any of these mechanisms yet.
But will they be able to then? Oh, but then they wouldn't be able to get down. I would offer, but you know, don't think I could handle it. Or
Well-
someone could use a mage hand.
Oh, I could stay and wind this and
I have a mage hand.
Well, how far down is it?
Oh yeah, I guess you guys do have dark vision. You kind of peer over the edge of the shaft. See, it seems to go down maybe about 40 feet. Though you think you see the very faintly the shimmer or glimmer, what I don't know if there's not really light down here, but something catching what non-existent light is down here of water at the bottom.
40 feet.
well, I could always wind the thing and spider down. Although
Ah,
looks
that makes
a bit
sense.
flooded.
How
Don, could
high does the water seem to be?
What's that?
Does it seem like there's a lot of water, or just just some water?
It seems to kind of go from wall to wall of this shaft. It's difficult to say how deep that is, though. If it's just ankle deep down there, or if it's filling most of the shaft, you don't know.
maybe Don, perhaps you could see if go down there and see what the water situation is like. See if there's any tunnels that go off, or if the water's filling the entirety of the mine.
Yeah, let me check that. And Don is going to flutter on down, and yeah, he's gonna look around the environment.
So you flutter down the mine shaft, and you see as you get to the bottom that this water, just seems to completely fill it from wall to wall. And this very thick hempen rope is kind of limply floating in it at this part of the shaft. it takes you a second to realize that it is just rotted away, it seems like, with this moisture here. This rope that's supposed to pull up what you presume is a platform somewhere underneath this water.
Can I squint in the water and see, like, well, how high is the ceiling on this area? Like,
I mean,
would
here
they be
you're
able to walk?
40 feet down the shaft.
Yeah.
And this is a vertical shaft, isn't it?
Yes, this is a vertical shaft.
So it's
then
basically
it
an
turns, like-
elevator.
Yeah.
But it's mostly flooded, so you can't see anything.
But it doesn't turn into like a horizontal shaft.
Roll
Like
a
there's no
perception
hallway?
check for me.
Yeah, go. Let's do that. Perception. Check. Don't know why I was at disadvantage, but it's 13.
Yeah, you look down. It seems pretty murky through there. You get the sense that it maybe goes down another 10 feet, but then past that, what direction it goes, if that's just the end or if it branches off, you're really not sure.
But the water's just way too high, and like there's no
Like
getting past it.
Like the water itself, yeah, it seems like it's pretty murky water.
All right. I'm gonna fly up and kind of relay this info that it doesn't seem very walkable. It's a little. The water seems kind of deep.
That is a problem, isn't it?
Yeah. Although Natrix, you have that water walk spell, don't you?
Oh, I think water breathing would be more effective in this situation.
Hmm.
Out of character, I need a foresight to do that. Because I didn't think we'd be dealing with water because we're not on a boat anymore.
Would you like to use my foresight?
If you want to give me a foresight, I can get water breathing, which probably would help us a lot.
Here you go, baby.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Why are we whispering?
Because it's out of character. Just for fun, I want to just try and wind the winch a bit. I know
Our
it's
characters
rotted
can't
off,
hear.
but let's see what happens.
You're gonna do what a bit?
I'm gonna try and winch this thing up, even though we just saw it rotted. I just want to just make sure.
Oh yeah, you take the winch, pull it, and there's like no resistance, and you realize after a second that yeah, it's just pulling up an empty rope.
Okay. So
Oh, so it's broken?
yeah, it appears it's been water destroyed by water.
We could always replace it with a different rope.
I don't think the rope is the problem. I think the fact that it's not attached to the platform anymore is the problem.
Well, I guess if we replace the
Platform's
rope,
probably just as
yeah, the platform's probably rotted as well. So I can handle us breathing when we're down there. At least it's not open water. That's a lot more better for me. But well, even if we can breathe, it's still the problem of jumping down a 40-foot hole.
Oh, that's not much of a problem for me. But
Not a problem for me either, but
Oh wait, we bought climbing gear before. Do we still have that?
I don't think anyone ever said they got rid of it.
Yeah, we take out all that climbing gear we bought before.
Yeah, it's an awful lot of stuff to carry around with you everywhere.
yeah, poor Juniper.
Uh,
I would say, I mean, in a way,
we can just tie a rope and go down, can't we?
yeah,
That's
we
the
can just
simple-
tie a rope to
If-
everyone.
The base of the crank, whatever's holding this in place, just push it a bit, see if it's sturdy. If it's sturdy, tie a rope to it and lower it over the edge just to the water level.
Oh yeah, very sturdy.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that then.
And
Who
Yeah.
wants to go first?
I'll cast water breathing. And
I guess I'm curious.
Up to 10 willing creatures. That's such an OP spell. I love it.
So, yeah, one of you takes out your rope, ties one end to this winch, makes sort of a loop with the other, and then one at a time, you guys sort of rappel your way down the sides of the shaft until you land in this murky and frankly kind of disgusting water, just flooding the bottom of the shaft.
Except Leia who jumps. Because
Trivia jumps.
Oh yeah, monk.
How do you do that without breaking your legs?
I use my key. You can kind of use your key to protect your body from taking certain amounts of damage when you fall.
Can't say that I've ever trained with that.
I
It's
thought it
useful.
was the
Maybe
I thought it was
one
the Pope.
Notch would be able to do it too. She kind of looks over at him.
huh. Well, I don't think I'll be able to do that. My monk training is more basic than that is.
Well, let's have a look around in the depths of the earth now, shall we?
So, as you guys sort of take your water breathing, dip down into this murky, flooded channel, you get the sense, even with the water breathing, it's a little bit hard. You feel a little bit short of breath just because of how polluted this water is. And your dark vision isn't doing you that much good. You've got all sorts of particles in this water. It's hard to make out much more than like the walls directly ahead of you as you feel them out. You do find though pretty quickly that this shaft seems to go in an L, that there's another sort of horizontal shaft that goes off from this place that's completely flooded.
So, what do we see down under the water? Under the sea.
Um, anyone who wants to can roll an investigation check with disadvantage.
Hey, that was
Somehow
okay.
the bright blue new check marks makes it harder for me to find the right. Oh, can I roll on the watch table for that?
Sure.
Just don't have a biological accident. Please.
Please don't.
You
Okay.
need to breathe this water? Okay.
All right. So, Dawn, you sort of swimming around as best you can, almost waving your body about like a fish. You sort of crawl your way along these walls as they go. And what you quickly find, and I'd say that perhaps you're able to sort of tug on Notrix's damp sleeve and point it out to him too, though Notrix, you're still fully submerged in water without the benefit of an animal form. You're
Yeah,
low-key panicking.
but
Aw.
it's slightly better because it's not the ocean, but it's still
Oh, yeah.
pretty bad.
That's true. But just see that kind of the figures here of the stone. You've seen a lot of striated stone on the way here in the quarry itself. Here it seems to be like the striations themselves are far cleaner, are much bolder, thicker, seem to be like straighter lines, almost as if this was almost like a stone layer cake, less of the evidence of tectonic movements that are chaotic, and almost more like this was one big just piles of different materials smashed together. And you can see much more clearly different colors in those striations. While the overall shading is brown, there's a much clearer kind of black and a white to the striations of the marble here. Um, you're also able to find like a couple of very rusty old pickaxes kind of on the floor of this tunnel that half disintegrate as you touch them, but you get the sense that this place hasn't been touched in a while.
Hmm. Bo-bo-bo-bo-bo-bo.
Can we talk underwater? Like, is that part of the spell?
Two of us
Think
have
we know how to?
telepathy.
Yeah, 2 of us have telepathy.
Yeah,
Could
so
relay
yeah, you'll need
messages
to
that way.
use telepathy to speak.
I think I would look at Alcana and Nia and just point at my head.
What is it?
Look at these rocks. They're like perfect.
I think that's
Looks
a
like-
sign we're getting closer then.
Yeah.
Whatever is here.
Oh. Should we proceed along the corridor?
Hmm.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Why not?
No point standing still at the time.
Indeed.
Yeah, you proceed along this horizontal shaft, and it kind of breaks off into a T. Though it doesn't take you long to explore either ends of that T because they seem far shallower than this than the horizontal shaft itself. But you don't actually find anything else that is immediately a smoking gun. Nothing that calls out to you. Here is what you were looking for. It all actually looks fairly well, a little bit mundane for a mine shaft. You do see that there are like cracks down one of the sections of that T that seem to be almost where the water has seeped in, that you're not actually on in the water table, but this is seawater that's come in to this shaft. But yeah, nothing else that strikes you.
Does there appear to be somewhere that the water is going, or is just leaking so slowly that it still hasn't filled up all the way yet?
You get the sense that maybe like where this water was 10 feet from the bottom of the shaft is actually sea level here. As I said, Ashdale is sort of, it's a very tall kind of rock in the ocean. It's surrounded by cliffs. And so, you start off from pretty high above sea level before you get down into the mine shaft itself.
So plugging this would actually do literally nothing.
Yeah, probably not, except make the water more stagnant than it already is.
Well, this is almost kind of disappointing, to be honest.
Yeah, no evil purple crystals that will end the world or something.
Well, then I guess we aren't looking hard enough, are we?
Yes,
Maybe.
I suppose let's start to look harder.
Well. Give the walls a one table with truth, perhaps.
She nods and does just that.
I guess that'll take a while, but yeah.
All right, Alcana, roll either a perception or an investigation. No disadvantage this time. You start to just pull your way along the walls as best you can with truth. It takes you a while, at least a half hour, with nothing, until you see something. There on the floor of the cave, in a place where the ground seems far smoother, you are realizing as you look at it through truth than the rest of the floor of this mine shaft. And you see, even through truth, very faintly, but symbols that seem to have been drawn in a circle.
Symbols. Definitely zeroing in to look better on them.
What kind of circles?
What kind of symbols?
You're not immediately sure what all of them mean. The one does stand out to you because it's come up a few times.
Uh-oh.
It is it is that
You!
one.
You little
Of
shit.
That one
course.
again.
But as the others gather around, you start sort of describing to them what you see, uh, telepathically. I think you, Logie, I'm assuming you're sharing this telepathically with everyone.
Well, duh.
Yeah. You, Logie, realize as she puts it together for you that this sounds an awful lot like that circle that was drawn in blood so long ago during
Oh.
your ritual.
Oh. Uh-huh. Hmm. Hmm.
You seem to have recognized something.
Hmm.
Telepathically,
Okay.
you seem to have recognized something.
Can I actually respond to the messages as well?
Yes! That's how we've been ruling it this whole damn time.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I've seen this circle. Well, not this circle, but I've seen a circle like it before.
Where at?
In Varrock.
What was it doing in Varrock?
Well, it was it was sort of this big ritual. I think I've told you about this before, probably.
Well, now, I'd say that that's pretty significant. But why here?
Same ritual?
Well, I do remember that Harakanto once told me that Vould had come into contact with him as well. I guess that's how, through the
Some Vould
ritual and the purple crystals. And the purple crystals, I have, I wonder about them.
I wonder about that candle set in particular.
So do you think that's the whole reason Vould bought out this whole mine shaft? To talk to Harakanto?
Maybe not the end. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would make it connect to everything like that.
What we keep finding are but none of them are really connecting into. It's ironic, we keep finding pieces that link up everywhere, and yet it still seems to be like we know nothing.
I suppose it would be logical if the crystals were, well, it wouldn't surprise me if maybe the reason he dug out the mine was to find the crystals, if the crystals can be found that way. That makes some degree of sense, I think.
Well, I was thinking the opposite actually. I was thinking perhaps he brought the crystals here because you've seen this circle before and the crystals used with this circle before. Perhaps these crystals are for use with this circle. Perhaps, I don't know, you just throw a crystal at it. Don't know what that would do.
I think all the crystals are more like pieces of the same thing, is the impression I get, rather than something designed to have a specific purpose.
Yes, I think I understand what you mean by that. Though maybe not so much of the same thing, but of the same general group. Kin, cousins.
No, I think if they're purple, they're probably very similar. Possibly part of the same.
And of course, we keep finding several different kinds.
Like those woods Alistair had in the cages, remember?
Oh, yes, that damned cage. I guess it did end up becoming rather relevant after all.
If I'm being honest, I kind of wondered if maybe the purple crystals were pieces of Harakanto himself. So it's how he survived. Because he didn't survive, he said, but a piece of him did.
He died and turned into crystals, is what you're saying? How
I'm
does
not sure.
that even happen?
I'm not sure if they're causally linked like that, or if he became crystals before he died. But I think these crystals are pieces of things, of beings, probably.
Beings like Caricanto?
I honestly have no idea.
Well, this is just my opinion, but I think, well, I think you should just hold one of these crystals and stand in the circle. Like, you used one of these to contact Tarakanto before, with a similar circle. What
Was
could
a
you do it
bit
again?
the circumstances involved. I'm not sure if it's something you can reproduce safely. I think it would require. I think it would require some blood.
Well, we couldn't do that in the water. It would just wash away.
I suppose I can stand in the circle if that's what you want.
I don't
Or
really
gently
like the
float.
sound of that, if I'm honest, but, well... if it's the only way we'll get any answers from this...
So Logi just, floats in the middle of this, stands in the middle of this circle, just, shrugs. Crystals in hand.
You shrug, hold a crystal, stand in the middle of this circle that is currently invisible to you. Wait. Hold out, try to imagine that something's happening. Nothing happens.
Yes, I think you probably need more. You probably need the candles arranged around it. I imagine that was probably what they were. And I imagine you need the blood.
As part of the symbol or the circle, is there anywhere that are there like 6 places where it looks like the candles could have been? Like specifically in the markings?
I think only Alcana would be able to see that. And with that 15 perception, I'd say you could see that there are like regular changes, variations in the pattern that you could divide into 6 places, but it's not like an incredibly obvious thing. It's sort of you know where you would put them if you wanted to place them, but it's definitely a bit interpretive.
Well, should we try it?
I don't think this would work underwater very well. You can't
No.
once again do
That's
underwater.
fair.
Probably not. But so only Alcana can see. Only Alcana has true sight through truth, right?
Yeah. Oh, I think she could, maybe hand it off to someone else and let them see through it.
Well, in that case, Nia would ask to see truth real quick then to do that.
Okay then. Just be careful with that. It's very precious to me.
Oh, don't worry. It shouldn't take me too long. And she's going to look over the circle, and I want her to try to memorize all the symbols for later because she's an artist. She can do things.
Oh, okay. I like that. That's a creative use of your proficiency. Go ahead and roll up painter's tools proficiency.
What's that?
Either wisdom or intelligence. Yeah, you hold truth up. You try to almost imitate the brushstrokes in front of you. You're not completely certain that you can reproduce it exactly, but you feel confident that you can at least get a pretty close approximation.
So yeah, she memorizes the symbols and where they all are and how she would try to paint them, and just commits that to memory. Then hands the truth back. Well, it's not going to be a perfect copy, but I should be able to recreate it if the need arises.
So, as it seems that you're at a bit of an impasse here, do you guys eventually head back onto the surface?
Yeah, I think so. We think we found all we really are going to.
So, you make your way back up, much more slowly this time, pulling yourself up this rope one by one, heading back through the quarry. Now, much later, even than you realize, spending that time down there in the shaft. It's close to midnight, maybe even a bit past that when you guys finally all crash once more. The Therese is home. Unsure if this is everything that you've found here on this isle, if you've uncovered the mysteries, or if there are just more questions left for you. And with that, we'll finally end the session. I was looking for a good place to end it in that last bit, and it seems it never come up organically.